Hello everyone, I hope you're all good. I'm gonna break from saying hello just for a second while I read Salva's message. Salva, question to everyone in the chat that plays DayZ on console. How can I control a high sensitivity for me? Small adjustments during gunfights are nearly impossible. I haven't played console since 2014, but turn the fucking sensitivity down, dude. Turn it down. I presume there must be a way, right? Turn the sensitivity down until you feel comfortable, and if you want it to be higher, gradually turn it up. You know, like don't try to learn on the highest sensitivity. Gradually increase it while you get used to it. You can also get like Dan say, little extender 6 that make it a little bit easier sometimes too. Right. Anyway, enough of that. I've started with an F. That's a really good start. I used to do that a little bit sometimes when I used to play Call of Duty on console on PS4. It would have been. And 3 on the highest sensitivity, so I was on the highest sensitivity possible. But if I had a break and I came back, if I had a break, like didn't play the game for a month and I came back, I couldn't do it. So I just used to turn it down some, and then over the course of a few days I'd put it back and I'd be fine, you know. Easy when you have 12 men on the pitch and 1 in the VAR studio. Yeah, that's right, Gala Steve. Liverpool only won 4-1 yesterday because of VAR and the referee. By the way, that referee being on Liverpool's side is a bit of a joke, really. But nonetheless, yeah, let's be fair, dude. You know damn well Liverpool would have won that game whether they had the pens or they didn't. You know damn well they would have done. They were by far the better team who could look like they could score goals. Tone, thank you for the 41 months. Cheers for the support. It's an easy excuse, but yeah. Tone 82, thank you so much for the 41. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Photos, cheers for the super chat. Finally, I can send you money without someone giving me a membership. It was nice while it lasted, but it's better this way. Stream. Love you, bye. Oh, thank you very much for the support, dude. I appreciate it. I've just got to make Streamlabs show it now because they're not doing. It is showing, but it's not come up yet. Well, it's in the chat. That's cool, but why is that not coming up on Streamlabs? It should be. It should be coming up on my screen as well, but it hasn't. Anyway, thank you very much. Alexander, cheers for the 26 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I don't know what's gone on there. I have activated it on Streamlabs. I've even done a test of it earlier. Oh, well, I've seen it anyway. That's the main thing. Photos, dude. Thank you. Right, let me just make sure I'm on the right thing. Michael, cheers for the support, dude. Right, super chats. Minimum amount for alert. Let's move that to 3. Save settings. Oh, there it is.
Finally, I can send you money without giving someone a membership. I mean, it was nice while it lasted, but it's better this way, Grin.
Okay, it is working then. Alright, I'm going to leave the minimum at 5, I think. Just so long as I know it's working. No, 3. I'll make it 3. It is working. It just took a little bit longer for some reason. Anyway, photos. Thank you very much. Michael, thank you as well. Green Life, thank you very much for the 11. And Alexander, thank you as well. Right, enough of that. Let me find the server. Let's get in. And the music's about to finish as well. It's magical. Photos, dude. Thank you very much for the first super chatter. I've never seen it before. That's really bad, isn't it? It shows how I have seen it before. That's not true, actually. I've watched a few watch streamers doing streams here and there that have had super chats, and I've seen it there. So I have seen it. Nunes hit the post and the crossbar crazily much. This is stupid, right? It's not stupid, but when he took that penalty, I didn't know the result. I watched it on Match of the Day and I hadn't seen the result. When he took that penalty and I saw him doing all that sidestep bollocks, you know, like there are things with penalties. If you've watched a lot, you know you can predict when someone's going to miss. When he came, if you do a straight run up, fine. But if you step backwards and then you do like loads of steps to the left. They fucking nearly always miss when they do that. They nearly always miss when they do that. That was really... It was stupid. Anyway. I really thought he'd miss the penalty, and he did. So, yeah. Looks like it's night time. I'm going to put the camera on. No bum coin and butter toast. Well, I've only added some existing emotes to YouTube, Redline. Is Super Chat when you take off your glasses in a booth and then beat up a bold guy? No, Super Chat is when you go into a phone booth, tear off your t-shirt, revealing a Superman's shirt underneath. Superman's. I need that. Probably don't. I don't really need the head torch, I suppose, but... I think Darwin played well nonetheless. Yeah, I really hope... They were talking about it yesterday. I really hope he starts scoring more goals in the long run, but I think he's doing all right. He's really, really... has a lot of impact on the game. He just needs to score a few more, but he's scored a few lately, hasn't he? Thoughts on Hamilton to Ferrari? Yeah, I've just seen that. I think it might be a bit late, but if it's going to be at the end of next season... if he doesn't think that Mercedes are going to have the car to compete, then why not? You know, why not have a couple of seasons at Ferrari? It'll be interesting. I hope they get... If he moves, I hope Ferrari get the car that he needs to... Ferrari were... For the last 2 seasons have probably been the closest technically to Red Bull. I haven't watched it really closely, but it feels like they were. There was the season before last. Leclerc won some races, and so Perez. They were both looking all right. Do I mean Perez? I don't know. You know what I mean. Number 2. Salva, thank you for the 4 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Dan, thank you for the super chat as well. What's up, dude? My Guy Games, how you doing? Well, good luck. Francis, loving the streams. Thank you. Now, cheers for coming in, dude. Immortal, yeah, it's going alright. It's going okay, all things considered. We're doing alright. The main thing I'm quite pleased about is that the last 2 YouTube videos, whilst they've not got stunning views, they are doing a bit better than the ones in December, which is good, you know, like... The YouTube videos are doing a touch better than they were, and I'm quite pleased about that. F1 is becoming a snooze fest. I can't believe they turned down the Andretti bid. I've got to be honest, Redline, that's the kind of hot take that I'd expect from someone that you're always moaning about on Twitter. If I'm being honest. Think he wants to retire having at least driven a Ferrari. I think he wants one more world title. Your man Jam, thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers for the super chatting. Never talk down a tip.
Good day.
Whether it's $1 or whatever it might be. $1.99 in this taste. Never talk it down, dude. Over the course of a week, I learnt from YouTube last week that during the course of last week, I had 210,000 different viewers, right? If every one of those viewers tipped me $2 or £2, just imagine what that would mean, right? So, in other words, don't talk it down, because thank you, you're already well ahead of the curve. Right, so there's one Zambi there. You give it 1 second more. Oh, maybe there's 3. But I bet that they normally pop in. Yeah, they're starting to pop in. Either that or I didn't notice them. But what normally happens here is you get to about here and then the zombies all start popping in, which makes me think that I'm causing them to. So for those that don't remember, I died after having an amazingly good run on Tuesday's stream. And I'd hidden myself an AUG AX and a couple of mags, including a 60-round mag, which I've got in the gun right now. And I tried to run back, and it took me ages, about an hour and a half, and then I got shot dead. And then I managed to run back in about 45 minutes after spawning in Chernarus, and so I logged out. I'd managed to get a stashed Mosin, a stashed AUG, find a plate carrier from down there. So yeah, things went pretty well in the end. So the only thing is, the Mosin's only got 5 bullets, and I fired one of them already. So I need to try and get myself some Mosin bullets. We may loot that in a minute, but before I do that, I'm going to come down this way and we'll check the summer camp, because there's often Mosin bullets there.
Great run yesterday. Loved the content.
For the Tom Brady jersey fund. Dude, thank you. I think he used to play for the Miami Dolphins, Tom Brady. He was the dude that was in... Ace Ventura, Tom Brady, wasn't he? LSK, thank you for the bits. Your man, Jam, thank you again. Sean Court, cheers for the resub. Good day. Yeah, sorry I missed yesterday's stream. We didn't get out of the hospital until about 4:20 in the end. And by the time I'd got home, it was about 5:30. I hadn't had anything to eat for dinner. We had a lovely lunch out before the hospital appointment, but then by the time we got back, it was about 5:30. I didn't really want to stream and try and stream in the evening. It just didn't make sense. So, yeah, no stream yesterday. I did say it might be 50-50 at the end of Tuesday. Thoughts about Neymar getting fat? Well, it's roughly 50-50 with football, isn't it? When they're getting nearer the end of their career or when they retire, half of them get fat and half of them become fitness super freaks, you know, like that's about the common. I know he shouldn't really be retiring yet, and to be fair, I haven't seen Neymar, so I don't know if he's getting fat. If he's still playing in Saudi Arabia, he's probably still one of the better players. It was the Miami Manatees. Isn't that who Neymar's signing for next season in the MLS? Right, I need to turn the gamma off. Might go and check that heli in a minute, but before we do, I need to loot this. Yeah, I hope Hamilton does go to Ferrari, to be honest. The only reason I don't think he will, by the sound of it, it looks like talks are fairly advanced from what I just saw just now, but I think the only reason he won't is if he starts to get a feeling that the car's going to be better at Mercedes, but I think it would be interesting. Might be good for Leclerc as well, potentially. Catastrophic, yes, I did know that, yeah. She was in the Blade Runner, yeah. Finkel and Einhorn. Don't mind if I do. I think we'd probably best keep the suppressors in there because I don't think we... Right, what jacket have I got? That jacket is not waterproof. I've got a Mosin with a PU scope. Just drop that one. I don't need that. Is that worn or pristine? It's pristine. Alright, let's keep the pristine one. It makes no odds, but let's keep it anyway. There's a deer behind me. We could maybe go for that. Ah, look at that. This is what we came for. We've come for Mosin rounds. We've got Mosin rounds. Mainly flies. You will not be disappointed, I hope. Make sure, if you're doing the beans, make sure you combine them with, like, obviously butter. No, sorry, not butter, sorry. Obviously toast. Butter is optional. I don't normally bother, but from judging by chat, most people do, and I'm in the minority. Anyway, make sure you get a little bit of grated cheddar cheese on top of the toast, and then put the beans on top of the cheese to melt it and make it all lovely. And then ideally a couple of poached eggs on the top of the beans, and then you're in for like lunchtime heaven.
Now. TRMZ love.
Thanks a lot, dude. Mainly Frost, I think it was. Thank you. It seems the super chats are on the screen in the chat massively quicker than they're on the alerts for me. So sometimes I might see them from the alert and I might be a touch slow. But thank you very much, David. Cheers for the super chatting as well, dude. Thank you. I have a belt. Yeah.
Just had my toast butter side down. Exploding head thanks for the enjoyable banter as I edit.
There it is.
Also ordered some Heinz beans.
That was it.
Looking forward to trying it.
Tess, cheers very much. KW Doc, thank you for the 4 months. Tragic Mike, hope you're good. 4 years. 4 more years. Don't feel obliged to do 4 more years based on that chant, dude, by the way. Thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Kelsey Grammer's getting to the superb owl. Fucking hell. I haven't seen him since he played Beast in that film. It was a bit like the Marvels, but they were different. It was a bit like the Marvels, but they were the mutants. Cheers, Tragic Mike. Thank you. Hi, Footprint Sam. How you doing? Hope you're good. How is LadyManZ? That sounds a bit dicey. I can confirm that Mrs. Manz is only a lady and not a LadyManZ. Can confirm. Yeah, she's okay. The appointment was kind of routine. It wasn't entirely true what I said in the tweet yesterday, but it was a bit more complex. We'd been in briefly, but then we'd had to wait for another appointment with the same person. So we had to sort of go in twice, and we had to wait for someone else to be seen because she was running late, and it was just a pain in the fucking ass. But anyway, yeah, we had to wait, and we didn't get out of there till late. Redline, that doesn't make sense.
Savings on pasta. My missus went up the wall, but I reckon it was worth every penny.
Oh my god. Euro 6, thank you very much for the support. Every penny, eh? Blimey. Cheers for the tip, dude. Thank you for the super chatting. That's not actually too bad. Stop pre-ordering video games. What's BGN 20? I don't know what BGN 20 is, but thank you.
Toast and I will put the buttered side on my
I guess that's
first.
a currency, isn't it? I bet BGN is a currency somewhere. What would it be? Belgian no marks? That can't be right. They use the euro, and no marks isn't even a thing. What's BGN? Inquiring minds need to know.
Super chats are live.
Bulgarian Lev. Ah, Bulgarian. Is it? Super chats are live. Nicholas, dude, thank you very much. That's the biggest super chat I've ever had. Been active 10 minutes. But nonetheless, that's crazily kind, man. Thank you very, very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Euro 6, Kaleidoscope, thank you very much as well. Matt, thank you for the support, dude. Matt S, thank you very much. Right, I'm not going to go for the deer. I'm going to go for the helicopter that was this way. I don't know why I picked up 308, really, but... cheers, my guy. Take it easy, dude. Org AX or M4? I think the Org AX is a better gun, by and large. However, I would add this caveat, right? If it's your only gun, if you want to use one gun, the Org AX is better, for sure. If you've got something like a Mosin or a Blaze or a Tundra or something else that you're using as your long gun, then as a more CQB / mid-range gun, probably the M4 is better because it's got the higher rate of fire. So if you're needing to spray all over dudes at relatively close range, then the M4 is better. But if you're looking to sort of tap a dude at longer range, then without doubt the Org AX is better. You know, like if you one-shot somebody at 60 meters even, the Org is better than the M4. It does more damage. So it could be said that the Org AX has like a longer spurt, but the M4 has more volume. You're American Woodsman. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. There's a lot of colours on that, isn't there? I'd never really seen it before. I love the burst mode on the Org. Ah, okay. I never really use it. I normally put it in spray mode and then tapper to do like your own kind of burst. You can do your own burst just by tapper spray. Lamas or Baby AK? On their own, like say you only had one gun, then likewise I'd probably prefer the Baby AK. But assuming you've got another gun, then the FAMAS is a better, really close... Like, if you were in a building holding a doorway, the FAMAS is the best. But if you're in the outside and they're 30 metres away, I'd probably rather the AK. I feel a bit full. I've had Chimkin mayo sandwiches. Is Jambon here? Otherwise I might have to answer that again in a minute. Hello Jambon, if you're here. And everyone else. Hi Topper Dude. Jean, Diamond, hello. But yeah, I Chimkin mayo sandwiches for lunch. And with sweet corn. I'm right full. I feel really full. I just bought a mini Draco yesterday. I love it. I don't know what a mini Draco is. Is that Draco Malfoy? Does it slither in? It's a pistol AK-47. Ah. Don't slither in. I could do with some... well, I've got some. That's a bit of luck. I don't remember where this water came from, but I think we'd best do this. Been craving roast pork all morning. Oh. You're American. Thank you again. Bobsy, cheers for the 16 months. Matt, Nicholas Jones, Kaleidoscope and Euro 6 Wheels. Cheers all of you guys. Thank you.
For now, F now all hark at him with his double entendres.
Hark at him with his double entendres, I know. It's all I've got. Anders, thank you very much for the support, dude. That's very, very kind, man. Thank you very much. Right. Need to be right on the ball. And not keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Anders, dude. Is there any zombies? What? Oh, there's gas there. What about the zombies? Stop pre-ordering, dude. Thank you very much for the tip once again. Cheers for the super chats, both of you guys. Anders and stop pre-ordering. Thank you. If you saved your money a little bit on super chats, you could pre-order the new, the latest game, whatever it might be. I don't know. Grand Theft Auto 6. Slightly worried there's no zombies. I haven't done any overwatching. If I die, I will be a bit pissed. Oh good, I need that. Oh, no. Come on. Get in the bushes. I'm not happy with my white helmet, actually. I think we need to sort this white helmet out. It's not good, is it? The white helmet and the stupid white bag are not good.
Keep up the good work.
I wonder if I should hide the Mosin with the bullets. I feel like I should hide the Mosin and just use the AUG. And then my gun gets ruined and I'm absolutely fucked. But nonetheless, I'm still wondering if that's what I should do. Do a white run, not a chance, Ed Lover. Not a chance. Sorry, I'm no fun, am I? Musclebound, holy shit, dude. Thank you very much for the $100 super chat. Thank you. Aside from having to read all of these, it was super smart to add super chat. That sounds like a Julia Donaldson lyric as well. Superworm is super strong. Watch him wiggle, see him squirm, hip hip hooray for Superworm. It sounds... Anyway, enough of that. I look forward to supporting TRMZ for many years to come. Cheers to your success. Oh, dude, that's very kind. Thank you very, very much. I've been meaning, I've mentioned it a couple of times on stream for the last 3 or 4 weeks that I've been meaning to probably add it and try it. And I haven't done.
Aside from having to read all these, it was super smart to add super chats. I look forward to supporting TRMZ for many years to come. Cheers
Yeah,
to your success. Love you, bye.
I've been meaning to add it for a little while and give it a whirl. And so I did in the end, yeah. We briefly came up in conversation yesterday and it just reminded me that I was meaning to do it, so I did it. Been quite busy this morning for me as it goes. I've watched the weekend's YouTube video, so Uncupa's already sent me the draft. It'll probably get uploaded tonight. If I get a thumbnail, I can release it early. So members will be able to check out the the video early. So it might be up tonight. Even if I don't get a thumbnail, I could maybe release it slightly early and then change the thumbnail before it officially releases, if that makes sense. I actually thought I'd come here and find an angle to watch the heli, but I can't because it's the curvature of the Earth, right? But that wheel looked like a ghillie. Right. So slight change of plan. I'm going to go somewhere near Zelenogorsk and I'm going to hide myself a little bit of loot. Like, I've got too many guns right now, which is obvious, you know, I always have too many guns. But what I think I'm going to do is go and hide the Blaze and at least the FAMAS. Possibly I might leave the Mosin as well, I don't really know. But I'm going to go and hide some guns somewhere, and then if I die, I'll have, like, ready-made loot to come and run and pick up. So it's going to delay us a little bit, but wherever we go, we've got a chance of action, so... I could maybe go to the summer camp over by Green Mountain. This is definitely safe, right? I'm right near a heli. The best thing I can do is just run straight across. Yeah, it's fine.
What's your secret to finding so many heli crashes?
I spend a lot of time where the heli crashes are. I think one of the secrets is knowing where they can be. And I've got, certainly on Chernarus, I know where most of the heli crashes are. So if I hear one, I can normally recognise where it's going to be to make it easier to find it, I suppose. So map knowledge and ears. They're the main two things, really. Tompkins, thank you very much for the support. Musclebound, thank you again, you crazy mofo, dude. Thank you very much. Chapian, I don't want the bullets in the FAMAS. It's okay, I might leave it with no bullets. I fixed the mag, but I'm not going to use the FAMAS right now. I took the bullets out because I've got quite a lot for the AUG, but that's my only spare, 19. So I'm going to use the AUG for now, and the FAMAS might be something I can try to use if I happen to die. So I was leaving that as a plan for later more than anything else. I've just got to find somewhere to ditch it. I do kind of need some food. Probably won't get it here, but who knows. How long does stash guns stay on the map? If you're playing on a server that's using the official settings, like vanilla settings, then a stashed gun will last around, well, it will last not around, exactly 8 hours. A backpack will last 8 hours. Loose loot, most of it will last 4 hours, such as scopes and bullets and things like that. Don't really need those, do I? Kitty, thank you very much for the merch purchasing. Thank you. Cheers for the support. Sleepless, cheers for the new sub. Tompkins Edition, thank you for the resub. I don't... Oh, it is quite easy to see that. That's not the best. I think I might just leave it anyway. Even if someone sees it, it doesn't mean they're going to check it. Yeah, I don't need the feathers. It's not like I'm inundated with... well, it's not like I'm struggling for space, though, so... Not the end of the world.
Saw you 31 months back on a place called Twitch. Boy, you do run, you do run.
Clockworks, thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Ooh. Code block. Only a 0.5 kilo. I might take that. We could maybe try and find a... Like a... I think this server might have the underground base thing. The underground, like, basement dwelling. The basement dwellers mod. Oh. I need to kill this and scoop pretty sharpish, really. Because we are a little touch in the open. That takes ages, doesn't it? Musclebound, dude, thank you so much for the support in both ways today. Thank you very, very much, Musclebound. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. The backpack won't disappear after a server restart. No, server restarts don't impact the loot economy. What they do is clear up things like dead zombies, fallen down trees where they've been chopped by an axe, or bushes. They clear up dead bodies and dead zombies. They clear up all ruined loot, but everything else is on a timer. So if you drop a bag, it's 8 hours whether the server restarts or it doesn't. If someone were to come to that bag in 7 hours and take the blaze but leave the FAMAS, then it would then reset it for another 8 hours. Why am I not taking fat? Because it doesn't give many calories, dude. If you're cooking in a cooking pot, the fat is worth taking, or a frying pan. But beyond that, it's not really worth it. The fat was nerfed ages ago. So once upon a time, the fat was way more calorific than the meat, but it's not anymore. It was nerfed because it was a bit OP. How long does a crafted storage box last? About a week. In fact, it is a week. And anytime you go to it and like move something into it or out of it or whatever, then it even if you just move a bit of loot, it resets the timer. So if after 6 days of having your box on the ground or underground, you go and adjust it slightly, it then resets it for another week. In reality, the fat would be far more useful. It would be, gnarly, but it was just it was OP, so they nerfed it for that reason. Maybe they could balance it a little bit by having it be just like one piece of fat. I don't... Got 5 sticks, that's enough. I don't know why I'm bothering. Yeah, fat is good for a handheld torch. Yeah, if you make an improvised torch, you can use fat to make it... So you make an improvised torch with 6 rags, and then you can combine the fat onto it before you light it, and it makes it burn for longer. Musclebound, thanks again, dude. Thank you very much. Musclebound goat, eh? Blimey, Susan. Right, so we do need to cook this. I'm not sure this house is the best place for me to cook it, but I think I'm going to cook it here. People do visit here quite often. The nice thing with this house is there's no back windows on the top floor. If there was a back window on the top floor, you could really easily shoot someone that was cooking, so like at least it's a bit harder to get shot. Got to be careful. This is where the leg breaker was yesterday. Not there anymore. So someone stood on my bear trap that I'd left there. It wasn't yesterday, it was Tuesday, but still somebody must have stood on it because it would be there otherwise, I think. Oh. Yeah, I saw the gun under the stairs. It's a repeater. We don't need that shit. Do. You know, I'm going to drop this. So, just to explain now, this server has got an underground stash mod that you can use this code lock on to like lock up an underground stash. But every time I've ever played on this server and I carry that, all it leads to is TRMZ doesn't build bases. Why is he carrying a code lock? Why has he got a code lock? He doesn't build bases. Is he going to build a base? What's the plan today? Why you got a code lock? Are you building a base? What's the plan? Are you building a base? You don't build bases. What? Base. Fucking buttery biscuit base. And so, yeah, let's just not bother, shall we? There's a cooking pot in the other room, is there? Ooh. There's a military sweater. I saw the sweater. Oh. Damn it. Now I'll have to ruin the cook. I was going to put the cooking pot, that in the cooking pot. Ludaz. Get banned. Bass monkey. Bass monkey? No, that's bass monkey, isn't it? Not bass. Thank you for the support, Bass Monkey. Pappy Pepe, thank you for the 20-month inning, dude. Changing the subject back to what I was vaguely talking about earlier. Mrs. had a hospital appointment yesterday, and in the same place, in the same town, Bury St Edmunds, is where our probably our favourite restaurant is. If you live in Suffolk, go to Ming's in Bury St Edmunds. Ming's is amazing. It's absolutely, it's fucking glorious. It's Chinese, but it's so good. It's so good. We went there yesterday. It's like orgasmic. If I had the choice between Emily Blunt for an entire night, and she would consensually do whatever I wanted, and Mrs. TRMZ would be very happy with that. In fact, she'd join in. Or free Ming's dinner. I think I'd be picking Ming's. What did I have from Ming's? Well, I had what they call, it's Ming's Oriental Beef, is their name for it. Which is like, it's like steamed rice, like a semicircle of steamed rice, you know, like it coming from the bowl. All nice and sticky lovely. And then it's like really unctuous, slightly sweet but slightly chillied sauce with beef and like different vegetables that are all nice and crunchy and whatnot, which is really good. And then we also, between us, shared a side of satay chicken and a Singapore noodles. Absolutely great. Only because, you know, you don't want to know you disappoint Miss Blunt. Mrs. Blunt, I guess, but honestly, I think that would be a problem. Old matey from the office would never get a look in. If Emily Blunt had one night with me, she'd be done with John Krasinski. She'd be like, sorry, John, you just don't measure up anymore. It might be small, but he really knows how to use it. Also, I think he breathed through his ears. God knows what he was doing down there that long. Anyway, yeah, that would be the size of it. Gringo, thank you very much for the 17 months. JT loves DayZ, thank you for the 28. John Krasinski is top 10 luckiest blokes on earth. I agree. John Krasinski is twice my width. How the hell do you know that? JT loves DayZ. Thank you very much. Gringo, hope you had a good stream, dude. Thank you. Gringo, that little team up that me and you had that I kept, and it was like 4 months old or something when I uploaded it to YouTube. It's got really good views. I think it was the last unedited Twitch VOD that I pushed to YouTube before I started streaming on YouTube. And I think the title, an old school Chernarus team up or whatever it's called, just seems to resonate. And the views on it is mad. Like 600,000 views or something. I've had some love from that. I still hear you are that dude. Well, there you are, Gringo. Glad to hear it. I am fucking knackered today, changing the subject once again slightly. I've not been sleeping enough. It's Ted Lasso's fault. My missus says to me this morning, just as well, not this afternoon, just as I was about to come and start the stream, she says, I think you're a bit obsessed with that Ted Bundy. She did say those words. She has a little bit of Del Boyismitis as well, like me. But I think you're obsessed with that Ted Bundy. You need to maybe have a little break from it. And I says, no, I don't. You know what I'm like. If I find something I like, I fucking stick with it. I missed a trick. I should have said, you know what I like. If I find something I love, I stick with it, just like you, baby cakes. But nonetheless, yeah, the cheese levels weren't high enough today, I don't think. But I really liking it, and I'm probably not sleeping enough as a result. I didn't gruff and puff at you, Redline.
The other day.
I always wanted to watch it.
Today.
I just didn't want to pay for it.
Suggestion. TRMZ love.
Ringo, we could probably do that at some point, dude. I've got to try and get through the team-ups I haven't done for ages yet, but we could probably do that at some point. It might not become like a regular thing, but we could probably do it again, I should think, man. Next, thank you very much for the bits. Heard you talk about mint lamb the other day. Made some mint beef today. Appreciate the mint beef. Blimey, that's an interesting one. You know, I spoke to my mum briefly earlier. At Christmas, Tesco's had legs of lamb half price, and she bought 2. Put them in the freezer. And she's getting one out at the weekend, and we're having roast lamb on Saturday. I cannot wait. Roast lamb.
Ras Al Ghul donated
Lovely.
$20. I mostly watch stream recordings, so here's a little thank you and support. Have a nice day.
Raz Al Ghul, thank you very much for the support. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Thank you very much for the support once again, dude. Cheers for checking out the streams when you do. Thank you for watching the VODs as well. It does help, dude. It's cool that people are watching them. So, Redline says, I always like that TRMZ fella, but I don't want to pay for it. See, Redline seems like quite an intelligent fella, but what he's doing there is comparing the ability that you can, if you wish, to subscribe to a streamer, which you can still watch the stream for free. It's free to watch, and I'm grateful if you do. But he's comparing the ability to choose to subscribe with subscribing to Apple TV. As if that's a similar thing. As if Apple, one of the biggest companies on the planet, money-grabbing, sweatshop-owning bastards that they are, right? As if comparing subscribing to Apple TV is similar to the choice of maybe sending a few bucks to a streamer if you wish. Fair enough, Redline. I thought you were an intelligent man, but you've lost me there. Right, I don't know why I'm dragging these. I should just be double-clicking. But anyway, let's carry on.
There was 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
There were 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't? I don't know. How many didn't? What part of Ted Lasso am I on right now? I don't want spoilers. I'm on the part where they're about to play West Ham in Season 3 after Nate the Great has become Nate the Shite. And the only thing I don't like about Ted Lasso is what they've done to Nate's character. He's become a right little prick. I'm sure he's going to redeem himself. In fact, I know that you already know the way this show is. No, please, no spoilers. But I know he's going to redeem himself, right? But nonetheless, I don't like what they've done with him now. I guess I've just given a spoiler there, but anyway. No joke, when Nate did that, people in real life went after him. I'm not surprised. People are dumb, is my reasoning for that. So there was just some shots from... I can't even say it. There was just some shots. There was just some shots from Zelenogorsk, so maybe we should go that way. People are really done with that. It happens all the time. I'm sure it happens everywhere, but in the UK there's really popular like weekly bullshit shows like Crossroads and El Dorado, whatever it was called. You know, those ones, you know, everyone knows what they are, right? But
TRMZ love.
But if they have a character that's really awful, and they normally stretch it out, like they'll have a character that's really awful and they'll do a crime, and then they'll tease that they're going to get caught for it for about a year before they finally get their comeuppance. But during that year, that character basically has to go into hiding.
Driving for the funny red team in 2025.
What do you think of Sir Lewis Hamilton driving for the funny red team? Regan, I hope it happens, dude. I hope it happens. It might be interesting. It would be great to see Hamilton in a car that's on a par with Red Bull, or at least very close. I don't think he's as good of a driver as Max Verstappen anymore. I think Hamilton at his very best is at least as good as Verstappen. I think they're very close. I think Verstappen's amazing, but I think Hamilton at his very best when he was younger is definitely on a par in a similar car, probably. It's hard to say, isn't it? You can never really know, but nonetheless, it would be cool to see him, even at the age he's at now, in a car that competes better. All the shots seem to be the other way. Yeah, I hope we see it. 10 Keys, thank you for the 7 months. Jack of Spades, thank you very much once again. The only way you can do that is Red Bull. You say that now, Turbo, but it changes. Red Bull had times under Vettel where they were the king shits of everything. And then they weren't, you know. And then then Mercedes had it. McLaren had it years before and so on. It goes through cycles and they normally last about 5 years-ish. And then the rules change or something changes and a car has a particularly great idea and then they have a period at the top. It happens all the time, dude. Like, nobody dominates forever. They get like 4, 5, 6 year cycles and then it's someone else's turn, you know. Gringo, I don't underrate Hamilton. I just don't believe that he's as quick in his mid to late 30s as he was in his mid 20s, dude. He's got more experience, but I think no matter how hard he trains, no matter how hard he goes, there is a cut-off point for reactions and such that mean that he can maybe use little techniques and little bits of his experience to bring himself back, but his raw pace, I don't think it's possible for him to be as quick now as he was 10 years ago. I don't underrate him. I think he's one of the best drivers of all time, but I think Verstappen may well be as well, you know. Mick, that's exactly what we were just talking about. It's really hard to tell, though, to be honest. I'm probably being a little bit balanced. If I had to pick between Hamilton and Verstappen, I'd pick Hamilton. I think Michael Schumacher would be my pick as best driver of all time. I like people from before. People from before I can't really speak of. And by the time I was watching Formula 1, Ayrton Senna was no longer winning championships quite so much. He may well have still been an amazing driver, but he wasn't having the opportunity to win. So by the time I was old enough to watch Grand Prix, Senna and Prost were kind of done winning. So for me, what I've seen, I'd pick Hamilton a second behind Schumacher. That's actually... I'm going that way. That's at Green Mountain. That sounds like the same gun that was coming from Zelenogorsk before.
TRMZ or bust.
Don't remember anyone dominating recently like Schumacher did. I think Hamilton won many championships back to back, didn't he? He had that spell. He only lost one to Rosberg, but he won like 4 or 5 on the bounce, didn't he? I think Hamilton did a similar kind of thing. Not quite so many as Schumacher did. I think he won like 5 on the bounce, didn't he? Maybe 6. I can't remember, but somewhere around 2001 till 2004, maybe. I can't really remember. Alonso's doing well still. You're right. Alonso's up there as well, and he left Formula 1 for a while, didn't he? But I do think he probably should have won more world titles than he has. Coda, I don't know a lot about it. Redline was just talking about Andretti's bid getting turned down. I don't know enough about it. I'm just not close enough. I'm not close enough to it, really. What I do know, changing sports, is that yesterday I managed to not know the result of the Liverpool game, and then I watched Match of the Day and had a lovely evening. Not knowing the result and then watching the highlights and realising that they won 4-1 was pretty good news, to be honest. It's a shame Conor Bradley's Northern Irish, because I feel like Conor Bradley could be an amazing player. Like it's great for Liverpool, but I feel like Kyle Walker and right back's not going to last forever, and Conor Bradley could have been the long-term solution. Maybe he's looking incredible. I know it's early days and everyone's over-egging him a touch, but nonetheless, he's looking really good. Picky Buggy, yeah, Darwin hit the crossbar more times than Newcastle had shots on target, I think, and the post, I suppose. He's assisted 5 goals. He's only been playing in the first team for 3.5 weeks. He's got 5 assists and a goal himself yesterday. He looks so live as well. It's just like winning the ball back, never like challenges as well, not just going forward. I didn't know a lot about him, to be honest. When he played the first time I saw him, and I went and read about him, I started getting excited about him, to be honest, because he's 20. Obviously, he went out on to Sheffield United on loan, and he won Player of the Season. He was voted Player of Sheffield United season and Players Player of the Season as well. He won both awards. For somebody on loan to win those is kind of a cool thing, you know. Not Sheffield United, sorry. I forget where he went now. It was not Sheffield United. It was Bolton, I think. Bolton. And in fact, Paulie, you've just said the same thing. But yeah, Sheffield United, it wasn't them. Is Virgil staying now? I think he'll. I think what will happen with all of the players that have got contracts to sign is they'll wait to see who gets the job. I think he's probably going to stay. I think they'll probably stay. Alonso's if Alonso gets the job, he's a legend, and I think he'll. I think hopefully he'll do pretty well. This is not a convoy. There's no dead zombies there. You don't think Alonso is ready for Liverpool? I don't know. It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. Like, I think what personally I'd be looking for is the impression they've made on the team and at what level that impression is being made, you know. By the end of the season, he'll likely have finished first or second in the Bundesliga with a team that's not expected to do so well. Certainly not expected to win it if they do, you know. It might be a little early, but the job's vacant now, you know, like the job's vacant now. He might be ready in 2 seasons, you might be right, a little bit more experience, but then Liverpool have hired someone, you know, and it's too late. So I think, personally, I think he's the right candidate. Gilles Villeneuve, yeah, his son won a world title as well, wouldn't he? He was a bit crazy, Jack Villeneuve. Alonso is an old man, not for a football manager. He's not. He's 43 or 42. He'd be old for a Twitch streamer, you know. Anything more than 38 makes you ancient. But for football manager, he's a spring chicken, and you knows it. Jose Carlos, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Dung Shoot, thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers for the priming. Leonidas, thank you for the bits. Spencer, thank you for the 2 months. 10 keys, Jack of Spades. Thanks very much. Right, I had to check. There's no convoy. Where those shops went then? I don't think they're at the. I don't think they're at the base. There's no dead zombies there. The shots must have been in these trees or just above it. I don't know. If you eat player fat, short, you get Kuru. So don't eat player fat. That's definitely the case. I don't know if the calorific value varies. I would expect it does, but it's so low anyway that I'm never really worried. You think Real Madrid will snap him up before Liverpool? I don't think they will. I think he's going to go to Liverpool this season. I think even Alonso would suspect that going to Real Madrid before he's 45 might be too soon, and Real Madrid possibly would too. So, I know they had Zidane fairly young, to say the least, as well, but that's Zidane, you know. I don't agree. I think he will go to Liverpool. I think he spent many seasons at Liverpool, and he said in the past that he wants to be there, he wants to go. So, I think there's a better than average chance he's going to get the job. But things can happen, you know. They might win the league at Leverkusen, and then he says, I want to stay for another season or two. Like you say, he might want to test himself in the Champions League. But the reality is, Klopp's leaving now, so Liverpool have to get someone now. And that's the way it is, you know. What FOV do I play on? I play on the widest FOV, as wide as you can. There's no reason not to, far as I know. This gives you more ability to see, and then you can zoom in like that anyway, so. Half, thank you very much for the 12 months. Really appreciate it. I didn't say it, you're right, but it's too late now. I can't say it now. The moment's gone. There's normally a winter map around all year, Jix, yeah, but they don't necessarily stay full. Like, certainly speaking from my own perspective, I don't tend to play the winter maps in like June or July or something. It doesn't feel, it feels weird. That's exactly the thing, Solar. If he doesn't take it now, it could be another 10 years before. You've got to take the opportunities when they're there, and that's the point, you know. Like, he'll want to be Liverpool manager more than he wants to be Leverkusen manager. That's true. If I had to guess what his priority order was of clubs for him to manage in his lifetime, and this is a guess, but I would guess he would go Real Madrid 1, Liverpool 2, and Bayern Munich 3. That would be my guess. Based on how many years he's been at the respective clubs and so on, you know, but
love TRMZ LUV.
Might be wrong, but that's my guess. And what those clubs meant to him as well, what he won at them, what he did, what they meant for him in his career at the time, I suppose. But anyway, that would be my guess, and I think he'll win the job. I think he'll probably get it too. I really do need to change this fucking helmet. It's so shit. If he wins the league, he's a shoo-in. Yeah, I think the problem is that they'll have to start talking to him. Maybe. Maybe they'll try not to, because obviously, say Liverpool ask for an official approach to talk to him with like 6 games left or something, that would be really terrible. So I would imagine it will all go quiet, and that if they do talk to him, they'll do it in some kind of underhand way. Like just by saying, we want to speak to you at the end of the season. About you know what, wink wink, nudge nudge. But they probably won't try to do anything that's out in the open because they want to upset his chances with Leverkusen. He's not proven over a long period of time. Well, none of the likely candidates are, James. That's the reality of the job. None of the candidates are, you know. Like, there aren't many Klopps and Guardiolas around, and the ones that are around are already doing jobs, you know. I don't think they're going to want to go and get an Ancelotti. A lot of the ones that are proven are like yesterday's news, like Van Gaal or a Conte or Mourinho, you know. I don't think they're going to want to go there. They're going to want someone more progressive. And like, if they go for De Zerbi at Brighton, he's not proven. He's done a great job at Brighton, but he's never been in the Champions League. He's never managed a top 4 team. I don't think, you know, anyone you get is likely to be unproven unless you get somebody that's potential for being a has-been. Cepho, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. But the reality is, if a manager takes over at a club and makes a really big impact, like Alonso does at Leverkusen, that's a really big cue, or a really big clue to their likely ability, how big of a personality they are, how much they can switch players on, whether they can get the best out of a team and the best out of the individuals in a team. If you can do that at Leverkusen, chances are you can do it at Liverpool. That's a really good indicator for a big manager, you know. Like that could be good news. Might be too early, but you can only find out. What else can you do? I need to make a fire. I'm going dark blue. I don't really want to make a fire here, but I think we'd best do it.
Any DayZ events coming up in near future?
Gnarly Sheen. Oh, very cool. I hope your 10-year-old bulldog lives another 10 years, or whatever the best likely outcome is, dude. Hope you're good. I think De Zerbi at Brighton is the likely second option. I think he's... the betting is never far wrong. By the way, guys...
Fight the dust biceps. Keep it up, Paul. Slightly smiling face.
I used to be an addicted gambler, right? And so I'm likely to say don't gamble on many things. But don't gamble on the next manager market. Never ever gamble on the next manager market. It's an absolute fucking joke. It's the worst market to gamble on ever. Even if you enjoy a gamble, don't do it. Things change in a heartbeat, you know. Like, Alonso could be like 1-4 on today, and then he comes out in the press as soon as you put your bet on and says, I want to stay at Leverkusen for 2 seasons, and he's suddenly like 200-1, you know. They had betting on the next Man U manager for about fucking 10 years from what I remember, you know. Don't bet on that shit. Never bet on next manager markets. It's a quick route to the poorhouse. What about Gerrard? I think Gerrard's pissed on his chips, really. I would like him to be the Liverpool manager one day, but he hasn't shown what Alonso has. In my opinion, he hasn't shown the ability to move a team forward. When he first went to Villa, he had a bit of an impact for a time, but then it all fell apart and he didn't have any answers, you know. And I don't know. Maybe Alonso's got unlucky in some ways, but he's certainly shown an ability to galvanise a team and make them a lot better than the sum of their parts. I don't think Gerrard has shown that necessarily. Did alright at Rangers. Podpucker, thank you very much for the support, dude. Podputcher it, mate. Here's for the extra month biting the dust. Fearful Cobra, thank you very much as well.
You see the Fury Usyk Ring of Fire trailer?
I have, yeah. It's a bit... I don't like those trailers. They've nothing to do with boxing. And there's like that one's about 3 different themes rolled into one. They're cowboys and then they're fucking... It's just... I don't like those trailers. They seem to be an exercise in showing how much fucking budget they've got. And that's it. I don't like them at all. I think everybody knew that Moyes was taking over at Man United. Return of the King, dude. The next manager market for Sir Alex Ferguson was open from about 2001. So I don't agree. Like, the next manager market was open and you could bet on it. And then he announced he said he was leaving, so they opened the next manager market. And then after that, he said he wasn't leaving and he stayed for a shitload longer, you know. So I don't agree that it was a good idea, because one of the options is that the manager might not fucking leave. And they didn't cancel the bets. They left those bets open because you were betting on the next manager. Oh, well, you'll have to wait until Sir Alex leaves. By the time you could have bet on someone and they're fucking retired before he left, you know. Moyes was a shoo-in for the last year, but he wasn't in 2001 when the market opened, and that's exactly my point. It's unlikely. Let's say there's a 1% chance, but just imagine Liverpool win the league and they win the UEFA Cup and they win the League Cup and they win the FA Cup. I'm sure they won't do that, but just imagine they did, and then in a moment of absolute amazement and furor and excitement, Klopp suddenly decides to stay for another season. He won't. He's not that kind of guy, but it could happen. And you've done all your dough on fucking Alonso to be the next manager, who seems about as shoo-in at the moment as Moyes did, although it was kind of almost announced with Moyes. That's different. But nonetheless, you could bet on it, and then all of a sudden everything changes and there's no vacancy. What if we pitch the idea that I come and manage Liverpool and we make a show out of it? Redline, I guess, what with the connection to FSG and them wanting to do TV shows, there's probably a bit of mileage in them wanting to do something like that, but I'd imagine they'd pick a charismatic personality, dude. I think that's the problem. Kyle, thank you for the follow. Jiminy Crickets, thank you for the 24. Oh god, I hope Mourinho doesn't end up anywhere near Liverpool. I don't think he will. He's not a Liverpool style manager. There's been a few little like slight hints that he's angling for the Man U job. He won't get it, but there's been a few hints that he kind of wants to get back and have another try. I think Mourinho might be washed. I don't. It's hard to say. The Tottenham job was a really tough job. The Man United job was a really tough job. Managing Roma is no shoe-in for doing amazing. But here's the point. Like what Alonso's doing at Leverkusen is kind of the same kind of thing that Mourinho needed to do at Roma. You know, he's got to get a team to perform that's better than the sum of its parts. But Mourinho used to do that. He did it at Porto. He did it at Inter Milan. He's done it at places, you know, but he can't seem to do that anymore. I think Ten Hag will be gone by the end of the season. I think he's not the answer, personally. I know Man U fans want to stick with him, but every time I see him give an interview and talk, I don't... He seems like a really studious, intelligent man, but he doesn't... He looks like a rabbit caught between the headlights. He looks out of his depth. He looks like a man that's given up already. He looks like he doesn't believe in what he's saying or doing. I think Pochettino is gradually going to come under some pressure, you know, like they didn't fuck about with Brian Potter, did they? They didn't fuck about with Brian Potter. They wheeled him right away. Back to the Phoenix Club. Can Paul keep this character alive? I am right near VMC. There's a dead guy on the road. He was shot from that way. can't believe I'm taking his unknown. Why am I taking that for? Has been looted. Got an MVG site there. We can use that on the org. Is this game quite long-winded? Yes. There's no end. This game is exactly like real life, Goofy. There's no end, and then you die. That's the end. I guess we'll go for the hill. There's not much visibility, is there? We might as well. Right. Let's keep our eyes open. I quite like Pochettino though. I think he did a good job at Tottenham. I think PSG was a really tough job. He won the league every year, didn't quite make the Champions League, but I quite like Pochettino, but I don't think Chelsea was a club for Pochettino. Pochettino might... I don't want him at Liverpool, but Pochettino would be more of a Liverpool manager. He'd be more... He's more of a build a team and gradually improve than a... Right, here's 27 new players, make something out of that. You know, do that jigsaw blindfolded, please. He's more of a... He was great at Tottenham, and I think he could be great at the right club, but I'm not sure Chelsea is it. That fucking reflection thing is so annoying. You all follow NHL, stereo sub. NHL would be so far down in the English sports fans list of sports to follow. There'll be a few niche fans, you know. There is a hockey league in the UK, but it's very, very niche. Not very many people watch it. It's not something we play, not something we get into at all. There's so many other sports that would be above it, and nearly every other major American sport would be way above it. Like, this is a guess, but I'm guessing from an English perspective, it's probably American football first, then fairly close between basketball and baseball second in terms of what's popular. I would guess. I think probably basketball is second. Does American football seem to be getting more of a foothold? Not really, dude, no. We have highlights on, or like a weekly show on ITV. It used to be on BBC One. They show the Super Bowl, but I don't think so, no. The games at the moment, you can get like a pass on DAZN, the Zone, to watch like the playoff games, which have now just finished, obviously. But I'm not convinced it's getting much of a foothold. Obviously, live it is, you know, people are getting into it live. And that might have a knock-on effect in the long run. You know, people are watching the games in London. I think the only way it will ever get really popular in countries in Europe is if we were to get our own team. There's been talk of maybe a team from Germany and maybe a team from the UK or England, London, whatever, you know. There's been talk of it for a while. If it happened, like, I might go to a game if they had one, you know. I could watch, like, I don't know, the London lads versus the Green Day Packers or something. It'd be great. Brutus, cheers for the resub. Is this Albion? Thank you very much too. Green Day Packers, yeah. They did okay this year. They got dicked in the playoffs eventually, but they were doing okay. Billy Joe forgot to dye his hair blue, and it let them down. There is a dedicated NFL page on Sky that shows all the game. Really, yeah, Sky Sports has them, but there's no barometer for how popular that is or not. You know, like next to fuck all people watch Sky Sports, and if they do, they're normally paying for the football, aren't they? You know, so you don't really get a good picture of how popular it is. Like some of the crap cooking shows they put on on BBC or whatever probably get more views than the NFL does. You know, like that's the problem. It's hard to know how popular it is. Yeah, I think that's the thing with American football is that we've got both rugby union and rugby league, and people watch that more. There's been some challenges with rugby. A few teams have been going out of business and whatnot. It's not been the most popular sport in recent times. I hate this. Someone asked a little while ago, how goes this live?
Green Bay Packers versus the London Redcoats.
The London Redcoats. Yeah, that'd be alright.
Hi Paul, this is Emily Blunt. In watching you score goals and hunt, I just want to scream. I get exited from your stream. Where is your missus? I am going to give her a shunt.
Hawkman, I was really worried where the rhymes were going then for a little while. Thank you for not going there. Cheers for the support. Rev, thank you very much as well. Yeah, so in terms of this life, I died. I had a really good run on Tuesday. Killed 7 players, managed to get an M4 and a suppressed SVD, was going great. And after a while, I killed somebody with this AUG AX, and because I had an M4 and a SVD, I hid the AUG, and then after that I killed somebody that had a Mosin and an R700, so I hid the Mosin as well, and then a little while after I died, and then I managed to run back and collect the gear. So this life is almost like a free chuck, because I died, but I managed to... It's a fucking... Sounds like a DMR. That's coming from exactly where I just was. That's where I just was. Hoping I had a thing, I don't. He did tag me, but he must have, I don't know where the fuck he hit me, but... I doubt he tried to push. He may have done. He didn't. Should be under the wall, so we should be okay. That's not good, is it? I haven't got an EpiPen or anything. Came from in front and left. It wasn't left, it was in front and left. So it was and it's just to the left of the hill or on the left edge of the hill, probably on the rock. Well, I can't peek again, can I?
Sup.
Oh, you fucker! Just saw him. Do with that being cold. Come and be my friends, zombie buddies. Come and defend my honor, please. See that? That just went after somebody. Might be working. I don't think he's going to peek that cat. I really don't. Got a heat pack. There is a jacket on the floor upstairs, you're right. There might be two. There could still be one in the hill, which is why I didn't really want to do... Oh, fucking hell. This dude, where is he?
Get him.
This fucking guy. If he pushes and he kills the Zeds in time, I'm not getting up. If that's a headshot as well, oh my god. Fucking hell.
Here he comes.
What is that gun? Two. So I moved in case of a grenade. Oh my god, the scaffolding behind. I didn't even fucking hear him. How did I not hear him at all? Fucking played that perfectly, like insanely so. Like absolutely insanely so. Now, that's not me saying they're stream sniping, but they played that really well. I don't think that there's any proof they're stream sniping, so that's not me saying they are, but my fuck, did they... Like, how did he know to come up the scaffolding? I guess he heard me go up the stairs, to be fair, but he did it so quietly. Oh well, we're dead. I have got a, what did I hide? I had hid a Blaze and a a Blaze and a FAMAS. So if we can find 308 and M4 rounds, or 5.56, we can get guns. I never even saw him though, like how did he get an angle to shoot me? He was there, obviously, but he was in that gap somewhere, but he managed to find an angle and then aim, like, he ran past an aggro to Z, and then he managed to come back and, like, holding that angle. How did he even know to do that, you know? It does feel slightly sus, if I'm honest. They may just be great players, and absolutely there's no proof they're stream sniping, but it's rare that they, like, he just seemed to know where I was, you know? But there we go. There's no proof of stream sniping, but it was incredibly well played. Let's just say that.
A 22-month-old is still learning how to properly communicate, so tantrums and meltdowns are often inevitable, which can be frustrating for both. TRMZ love.
I don't think I had shite optics, Maximus, and I don't think the shite optics make a big deal of a difference. Well, at least he hasn't got most of my loot by the look of it. No way that was stream sniping. Lucas, I played on this server the other day and 6 people got banned in the same firefight for watching the stream. So to say there's no way is based on the last time I played on this server's experience. That's not true. To say there's no way, he could absolutely be a very good player, but there isn't definitely no way, dude. Like, I had a firefight the other day in Novaya Petrovka and 6 people got banned. Should have thrown a grenade. I didn't have a grenade, dude. Yeah, one of them did talk in VoIP briefly. I don't think they meant to, though. I think that was a mistake. Postman, thank you for the 22 months. Bad Dog, thank you for the subbing. Conchi, thank you for the bits. Sorry, for the resub, for the 5 months. Hellblau, Aegon, Hawkman, thank you for the support, all of you guys. Rev, thank you as well. At least everyone can agree that me winning 800k was good for the stream morale. Tricky, yeah, Neuro made it inspired by GoldenEye, dude.
9 months and counting. Keep it up, Paul, and thanks for all the fish.
Thanks, thank you very much for the support, dude. That Rex Hunt. Thank you, Mother, for the rabbits. Flex and Postman, thank you very much. How many versions of your theme song are there? There are loads. Wilson sent me another one a day or so ago on Discord. I'm not going to play it because it's not a live stream one. It's a video one. It's epic. So the next time that there's an action-based YouTube video, that'll make a show. Who has produced them? Some of them have been made by Sound Engineer. Some of them have been made by Wilson. Most of the recent ones have been made with Wilson. He's in the chat quite regularly. It's spelled with 2 V's. Wilson with 2 V's, not a W. And we have got one of the theme tunes at the start was made by another viewer called Abnormal Bird. It's a bit strange that they didn't give you a single chance for an angle. Marinus, I think it's crazily good. He was already, like, when I was looked out the side window on the top, he was at the edge of the barn, angled, waiting for me to look that way. Now, you could predict that. You can predict them, but when you predict them back to back to back, like they did, like when I peeked from the window, he predicted that as well, and it's rare people peek out of that window like I just did, but they kind of just knew where I was, but they may be very good players. They might have been a big group. There's no way of knowing. I have no proof that they were stream sniping, but when people guess what you're going to do and they guess it accurately, maybe 3 times on the bounce, they're either exceptionally good players, which is absolutely possible, or it's a bit sus. I'm not saying which it is because I don't know. That's just the truth. Captain, thank you very much for the 12 months. It probably sounds like it is, and I'm all bitter, but no, they played it well. I think they probably played it well, but it's just no way of knowing, you know. Do admins look into most of my deaths? 1NT? Not necessarily, dude. No, we don't try to report things. I certainly don't report things, but sometimes the mods will say, have a look at that, just to be sure, kind of thing. But to be honest, it really depends. You know, the admins on a server are real people with real jobs and maybe kids at school or real things. You know, like I'm not going to try and get people doing loads of extra work to benefit me. You know, so. Sometimes maybe one of my mods might pass it on, but doesn't mean anything's definitely going to happen, you know. You can only peek 3 windows. Rhinus, I think the point is that that's not entirely true. There are, well, you're right, there's 2 back windows and a front window and a side window, so there's 4 windows. But it's more that they actually held that angle in the first place. Like, having shot me, I would expect them to come to the window, maybe come and have a look. I wouldn't expect them to hold that angle by the wall there in the stream. It's quite a tricky angle. And not only that, they managed to hold that angle, and yes, they aggroed a Z that I saw, but they never actually crossed that gap that I saw. They never showed themselves. They only held the angle when I wasn't looking, and then they were ready when... they managed to position themselves perfectly to be holding it when I stopped looking briefly, and then they were there when I was back. If you expected someone to go there, you'd kind of think maybe you'd see them go there, and I didn't, you know. Like, it's not just what they did, but it's how they managed to not be on screen ever. But nonetheless, that still doesn't... I'm not saying that's proof, it's just a point of interest. Captain Bauer, thank you for the 12 months. Flex Boogie Postman, cheers for the support. Anyway, we're dead. Let's move on. It does make me think maybe I should start, like maybe I should move servers, but because I've got the Blaze and the FAMAS, I think we'll just go back for that and see how we go. Hey Slick, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. It's so much easier to do zombies when you've got so much stamina. You can do lots of heavy attacking. Can you delay the stream like 10 or 15 minutes? Not really, Morality, no. If I delayed the stream 15 minutes, if you ask me a question, you don't get an answer for like 16 minutes, you know, like it completely erodes the interactive side of the stream, because if someone asks me a question, even if I spot it instantly and reply, there's a 15-minute delay, so people could come in and ask me a question and then fuck off annoyed that they haven't got the answer, but I've answered it. They've just got to wait 14 minutes for the delay to catch up, you know. It would detract. I'm a pretty interactive streamer and I bounce off the chat all the time. It would ruin that if I'm bouncing off the chat. If someone says something and I reply and I'm looking for a response and then they don't respond for 16 minutes because of the delay, I can't have like protracted conversations with 15-minute gaps. It just wouldn't work, you know. Like there's a good deal of toing and froing in the stream and that would all just disappear instantly, you know.
Have my Prime before I cancel it. Closing parenthesis.
You too. Cheers for the support. Thanks for using your Prime while you've got it, dude. Thank you. Captain Bauer, thank you again. Flex Boogie, thanks again. Normally people do like 30 seconds tops. A 30-second delay wouldn't make a great deal of odds for DayZ. Really. Might make a tiny difference in certain circumstances. Like in there, maybe it might have made a tiny difference, but I doubt it. I don't want any delay anyway. I'd rather just stream and not worry about it, you know. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. That's good. Kind of frustrating. I'm ratting around happy about having a fucking combat knife when we were all gay X and Mosin like 5 minutes ago, just over. Advice for a first-time player: gold guns. Goldie guns. There's a little Nightbot command that says the same thing that I always say that will come up in the chat in a minute. That's really kind of what I say to everyone, dude. But the main advice is just have fun, like it says in there, but set low goals. It's about enjoying the game and learning the map. It's not about
appreciating
like, crazy
content
kills.
And also knowing another watch nut is always welcome. Smiley face.
Thank you, opposition. Yeah, I am a bit of a watch bore. I was keeping an eye out for what Moser were announcing yesterday. Zenith announced some cool watches last week. Her block made some more monstrosities, you know. I'm on top of all of it, I am. Not buying any of it, though, but... Opposition, thank you very much for the support. Stephen Maybury, thank you for the gifted subbing. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Kath, I do play Nemausk, but not so much at the moment. I've been having a bit of a break from it. I love Nemausk. I think it's one of the very best modded maps, but it's a small map, and not much has changed with it for a long time, and I've got shitloads of hours in it, so I've just been giving it a break. Someone else was playing, Jamie. Yeah, you might be right. That's the way DayZ goes. One day you're king shit, getting all the kills, and next day you die in your first encounter. You know. I enjoy Nemausk. It's crazy, but I don't want to run. I don't want to run to Vorkuta and dick about for ages, every day. You know.
Hey Paul.
I know I've played Chernarus more.
Thank you so much for the hours and hours of entertainment and engagement. You have a loyal fan in me.
I was thinking of Woody there. You've got a loyal fan in me, or you've got a friend in me. You got... I'm not going to sing. Sorry, I won't have a loyal fan anymore. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. Yeah, sometimes you're king shit, and sometimes you're dead as a dodo, you know. Today we're dead as a dodo, but there's still time. But yeah, I've played Chernarus more than Nemausk, but Chernarus has got so much more size and scope and ability for it to be different on any given day that I don't get the same... I get way more replayability from it, you know. Spencer, I don't really like Takistan for more lightly modded DayZ. It's not really my jam, dude. I did play it briefly when Happy Bombs had put on another temporary server. It was Takistan, but I only played it briefly and then I kind of moved on. It's just not my bag, baby. Gonna need some gloves. I might just make some, to be honest. I don't really like making them, but if we don't find any soon, I'm gonna make some. Jamie, I've used the R700 in the past. I had it on... the last guy I killed on Tuesday, had one. But I killed 7 players. The R700 guy was the last one. And then after that I died. So I never got to use it, unfortunately. Very cool, Topper. I did see earlier. I think I retweeted it, but Bitterroot's coming back for a test tomorrow, so I'll probably do Bitterroot on Sunday. Well, that went swimmingly well, didn't it? Oh, I thought, rather stupidly, I thought that was a white light one, but it wasn't. Yeah, I think I will go to Prison Island. I shouldn't really. I should just make a beeline straight for where I've hidden my Blaze and my FAMAS. But if we go to Prison Island, we could maybe get 308. Sorry, not 308. We could maybe get 556 for the FAMAS. We can get some tings, so we might as well go and try and get them tings, mightn't we? Gonna make the hand gloves. How do I feel about mint choc chip ice cream? I like it best if it's from Gino Ginelli. I like mint choc chip ice cream. I like it a lot. It's lovely. I went about 10 years without having it, like just having different things. And me and the missus went to Southwold last year, and I got from a gelato place. I got mint choc chip. And it was fucking glorious. And it put me right back. It was like a taste of my childhood. We've talked about it quite a bit, Marinus, but I think it's quite exciting. I hope he does it. I hope he goes to Ferrari. It'd be really cool for him if Ferrari happened to have a good car as well that year. If they make the right moves and Ferrari have a good car, let's face it, they've got the budget. If they get things right, you never know. But seeing him he'll be loved at Ferrari. It'll be a huge deal if he could win some races or win a title. It would really make a difference to him. It'd be a cool thing, you know. And a good strategist, yeah, that as well. Can't beat Max. Well, he can't if he hasn't got a car that's anywhere near it, but you just never know. You think every driver at some point wants to race for him? I think you're right. They are the most kind of revered team, aren't they? Just the name. They're like the Liverpool FC of Formula One. That's not true. I guess they're the Real Madrid of Formula One, really. Ferrari did have a better car than Mercedes last year. Yeah, they did. And the year before. And the year before that, I think. Hey, Chimney. Somebody asked, actually, in a... I never got to it, sorry. Somebody asked in a resub message if there's any events coming up. There is, actually, yeah. Chimney is hosting an event. I don't really know the full details yet, but it's on the mouse. And it's 30 players. And there's going to be like a series of them, one a month, where players go in, like 30 players go in. 30 men or women enter. 2 men or women leave. Kind of. So it's like a series, and then at the end of the 6-month period, each round, 2 players will qualify for like a final. So it'll be like a 30 down to 1, last player standing wins. So the player that wins and the player that gets the most kills are through to the final. And after 6 months, they're going to have a final where they get like the ones that have got the most kills in the series, as well as the winners and the most kills from each individual, like face off in some kind of final. Yusuf, yeah, I nearly said that. I didn't know the technicalities of why Hamilton went to Mercedes, but sorry, went to Mercedes from McLaren, but everyone was surprised Hamilton left McLaren, because McLaren are the ones that took him on. They brought him up from like being a young driver and karting, and kind of almost effectively sponsored him into Formula One in a way, like fast-tracked him into it. His talent is what did it. McLaren certainly helped him though. But he chose to leave McLaren, and a lot of people were surprised. But then Mercedes were absolutely amazing, and clearly he made the right choice. You could argue that maybe he's making the same choice now, and he's going because he knows Ferrari are going to have a better car. It wouldn't be a surprise that they all of a sudden had the best car, you know. It really wouldn't be a surprise. But I doubt probably lightning's going to strike twice, but you never know. Valentine, thank you for the 17 months, dude. Cheers for the resub. Spencer, there'll be a run with Sauer and Muller once every month or so, roughly. Renshai, I don't think I saw your message. Thank you. FX Raven, that's cool. Well, I hope you keep enjoying the game. Psychedelic, I don't know, dude. I wouldn't write any team up in or out, but for the most part, I kind of have a settled group of people that I regularly play with, right? Everybody knows who they are. But every now and then I might do the odd one, but it was a while ago now. But when I set up the stream team, the Survivors, which Joito is now the queen of, but I started the Survivors stream team, and I tried to play with lots of new people, you know, at the time. So that was the first time I played with Muller, and I played with quite a few other people as well. We did quite a few team-ups during that period. And it got to the point where I was struggling to play with the people I regularly played with because of the team-ups I was trying to take on. So I decided to concentrate on my kind of people that I know and I've been playing with for a long time, you know. But I don't know, if the odd one here and there, I wouldn't say no for sure. But for the most part, just like anybody that plays games, you probably just play with the people you already know. You play with your mates, you know. BFG, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Like, if you're playing DayZ now, you might have 5 or 6 buddies that you play with, or you might have 2 or 3, or whatever it might be. But for me as a streamer, being asked to play with somebody else I don't know is a bit like you just accepting a random friend request and then just playing with that person just because they asked. It's kind of tricky, you know. So, for the most part, I'm kind of happy playing with the people I already know. What gear am I rocking, or what is my current objective? I'm rocking fuck all because I just died, unfortunately, to an amazing player. So I've just died and I'm trying to get back. Thankfully, I've got a FAMAS and a Blaze hidden. So I'm going to loot a little bit towards where it is, basically. My plan is to try and get the FAMAS and the Blaze, but rather than run straight to it, I'm trying to pick up some shit as well. I would really love to kill that deer that's to my left. Have I tried any sim racing? DK, this is kind of... DK Racing is your name. This might annoy you possibly, but I've never done any sim racing at all, except for one thing. And that one thing was fucking amazing, but I got the opportunity last year, thanks to Alzheimer's Research UK. I got the opportunity to go to the Mercedes F1 headquarters in Bracknell. And I had many sessions, well, like not many, but I did 20 laps and then 2 races on the official esports sim rigs of the Mercedes F1, or the Mercedes esports team. So I got to do that, which was very cool. So yes and no. I've never done any, but I've done that. What's my favourite map? Probably Chernarus, if I'm honest, but I don't really have one. In the last few years, I've really enjoyed so many maps, but if I had to pick one at gunpoint to play forever, I'd probably pick Chernarus. It was an incredible experience. There was 8 of us that got to go. Like 1 or 2 other streamers, a couple of brothers who were like TikTok personalities, and they've done a bit of stuff on kids TV and whatnot. Someone quite high up in a charity website, like a director of a charity website, and 1 or 2 other places as well. But anyway, it was kind of cool. And out of the 8 of us that went, they split us into 4, and we had a race, and I came second out of our race, which qualified me to the final. And in the final race, I came second in that. So I won myself a Mercedes cap and a bit of merch and stuff. It was kind of cool. I can top that. Fancy a day trip to Telford for free? No. No. Someone else cast off loot. How heavy was the steering wheel? You needed to be quite strong, Ricky. You needed to be quite strong. The thing that was worse is if you like, say you came out of a bend and you accelerated too quick. The amount of snap that was in the steering wheel, like I bruised my thumb with it, but they said that they had somebody break their wrist or break a thumb or whatever at least once a year because they tried to hold it and tried to hold the steering wheel when they basically said if you do something wrong and it starts like really like shaking left and right, you let go or you'll really hurt yourself. And I tried very briefly to hold something and I didn't quite succeed. And when I let go, it then clattered down on top of both of my thumbs. I had my thumbs on the outside of the wheel, but when it loses like that, you have to get your hands out of the, you have to get the hands out of the way. because they kind of just like slam up and down onto your hands. Essex Wimpy, blimey. The thing that was craziest about it is the accelerator. The accelerator is like a pressure pad. So it's not a pedal. They rig the esports rigs so they're a bit like Formula 1 cars as best they can. So the accelerator is like a metal plate. And it's not like a brake in a car where a pedal and you press it and the further down you press it the more you brake. It's a pressure pad as such, made of metal, and it's about strength in your leg, and you have to like stamp on it. Like the stronger force you put on it, the more force you put down on it, the more you brake. You feather it, you brake very lightly. But it's so hard. If you want to brake fully, you're really fucking like putting all your might into it to try and stop the car. Very cool. Aces High, yeah, I've seen the video. I kind of wish I hadn't, to be honest. Although I knew about Chernarus already, to be fair. But I think that Wobo's video is cool, but I don't really know. None of us really know. It's all speculation, the same as Wobo in the video admits as much, you know. None of us know what's coming. Wobo's predictions seem fairly solid. Slight spoiler. The thing that I would thought was most interesting about Wobo's video was the use of the word expansion. And I've been talking about this briefly without calling it that, but I've been kind of saying that it might be a map, or it might be a map with some extra tech or some extra things, you know. And it might be that that's what's coming. It might not just be a new map. It might be a new map and a winter expansion, or it might be a new map and some kind of new vehicles, or it might be a new map and some new tech. Who knows? But I'm excited, and I hope we hear the announcement soon. Of course, he's just predicting. But sometimes it's nice to try and keep a little bit of mystery, you know. Sweet little mystery. See a heli? Where's the heli? You can get heli sites up that way, but I didn't see it. JR, thank you so much for the gifted subs, dude. Thank you very, very much for the support, man. Thank you. Add a heli. I see what you mean. Yeah, flying heli. Argofox. No, it's not a mod. It's in vanilla. You can do this in the regular game. It does warm you up. It works like a light source at night, and it also works as a means to like keep you warm as well. JR, dude. Thank you very, very, very much, man. 10-4 Tundra. Mega, I'm not really that bothered about new guns, if I'm being honest. I think the gun diversity is pretty good. We talk about it a fair bit. I'd like to see some more non-lethal things. I'd like to see like a tranquilizer gun or similar. They did share Trellos of a tranquilizer gun and a... what's that thing that they use to shock people with? You know, a taser. I got there. Yeah, I know there's some of those in modded servers, but the taser that's in modded servers, that artwork is done by the devs. So I'd like to see that. I wouldn't mind if they did a really high-powered sniper rifle, but the bullets were really, really rare. I'm personally not too worried about a bow and arrow. I think it'd be cool if they added like a compound bow, like a bow you could loot. I don't really want to make my own bow with string and sticks, personally. I just think it's a bit shit. DayZ's, I know it's not really completely going like Rust or anything, but what I love about DayZ is you have to go and find the things you want. So, I'd like a compound bow, like a bow you can loot. I like the idea of making a bow that works well from a piece of rope and a shitty stick. Seems a bit dumb for DayZ personally, and I know a lot of people won't like that, but that's what I think. I just think it's not really in the sort of main sort of ethos of the game personally. That's very good for a dude that's looking for bullets because they've got a hidden blaze. Will it be a long time to your next charity stream? Ditka, I tend to do the charity streams once a year. Usually around December. The last one was December 23, so it'll probably be in December 24, dude, yeah. Austin, yeah, I can understand why. DayZ is great how it is. It has the right amount of crafting. I think crafting for more survival stuff might be kind of cool. Like,
Thanks for all the running, Mr. Z. Your streams get me through the workday.
thank you very much, Dusty Bones. I appreciate it. Cheers for the support. For example, if they started to add a few things that you could maybe use as medicine that you could craft, you know, like if you happen to find a couple of items and combine them together, you can use it to help cure cholera or something, you know, like the idea that you could heal yourself from cholera or something with some kind of medicine that you loot in the flora and fauna, that would be cool. But crafting weapons and things, personally, I don't want it. Like, the whole point of the way DayZ is that you have to go out and go on expeditions to find what you want. You used to be able to make a water bottle with tanned leather. It would be good to see that back, dude. I agree. You used to be able to use tanning to make a little water bottle. It had less capacity, but that was good. Right, I've got to get back to the town. I'm going to be dying of hunger in a minute as well, and that's not good. I could really do with finding a little bit of food, because this broom... In fact, why am I dying of thirst? I've got this. Like, the broom, when you're carrying it, it defrosts... This can was frozen, but it defrosts whatever food you've got in your inventory, which, as I was just talking about, it reminded me about the can of drink. Dazza boy, I think it's definitely in their mind to add more for the tan leather. I just don't think they've done it yet. Dusty Bones, thank you very much for coming in. Hope your work days go okay, dude. I could do with some bullets. Not bullets, I could do with some food more so.
Lurker here, smiley face.
Feel like that shot may well be at the deer that we heard. I don't know if I want to loot this town too much, but I really do need to find a little bit of food. There's camo helmets on experimental, Spencer. Yeah, I found a couple of them. Mr. Nosy, thank you for the 2 months. I'd very much like them to change the fucking mines in the game. I think mines should only spawn at helicopter crash sites, and that's it. And they should probably be about as rare as NVGs are. It's just like going to Tissy. Sometimes you could go to Tissy and there's 3 or 4 mines on the ground, which means it only takes one player to find 3 or 4 mines, who then just plants those mines exactly where they find them, and then later on 3 or 4 players are nearly dead because of shitty ass mines that spawn in Tissy. It's just not... It's a shit mechanic. It's stupid. Georgie Marsh, thank you. That they were good videos, those. I was very pleased with the adventure. I was excited to try and get that video out, or those 2 videos out. It's nice to have done it. This week's video is cool. It's a shorter video. It's about 23 minutes long, but it's fun. I think people will like it. I hope. But yeah, I've watched this weekend's video today, and Uncupa's sent me the finished article already as well. I just need the thumbnail, and then we're done. Gonna upload it tonight. On that subject, just a quick reminder for YouTube members. It's a very small thing, but if I upload the video tonight, it's probably not going to come out. Obviously, it's Thursday today. It probably won't come out until Saturday at 6 PM, but at some point tomorrow morning, Friday morning, it will be available for early access for any member or gifted member or whatever. So the new video will be up for people that want to see it. It will still come out at exactly the same time as it would have done for public access. Evo Knievel, 2k is a very good price for a Bremont. I think Bremont are pretty nice. I quite like the triptych case. I don't like the prices. Bremont are too expensive for what they are. That's not too expensive, but Bremont in general, they use a lot of bought-in movements. They've just started using what they're calling their own movement, which kind of is, but it kind of isn't. But yeah, they I like the designs of Bremont. I've never owned one. And if I'm honest, the cost is kind of puts me off a little. They're too much money for what they are, most. I think I'll probably try and get one at some point in my life, because it says England or London on the dial, I forget which, but they're English made, which is kind of cool. I like the idea that you could have a watch made in England is cool. There are other brands that are also qualifying for that. But I wouldn't recommend Bremont as an investment. If it's a very small run and it's made as a special edition, they can be worth a tiny bit more. But the reality is they have to be a really fancy... Like, if you've got, like, say, a Rolex, and it's made for, like, a special edition, like it was made for, I don't know, a particular... Like, maybe a football team that won a trophy or something, and then you've got 20 of them or something, they can be worth crazy money. Or if it's a Rolex that's made for some oil baron or a prince or something. But probably not going to go up in value as a Bremont. So you should only buy it if it's really special to you. JC Joker, I guess that's really hard for the server to manage, but yeah, if they go more than a kilometre away, maybe it deactivates it, but that's putting a lot more checks and balances on the server, if you like. You know, like, it's then having to do quite a lot more work for something that's relatively simple. Am I going to TwitchCon Europe? I doubt it. Me and the missus are possibly having a trip at some point mid-year. But it won't be to TwitchCon. I think we're just going to go away for a few days, me and the missus. But I do like the idea of going to one of them at some point soon. So maybe not this year, possibly next year. Saw movement there for a sec. Stomach is full and I'm still drinking. I'm not ruling anything out or in Redline at this stage. I really don't know is the answer, but it depends what me and the missus are doing, and that there's other irons in the fire at the moment, let's say. Kind of nice. Just need a can of food, really. I'd really love to find a can of food sooner rather than later as well, because it would be advantageous for drying the fucker out. Or defrosting it. Is 12-year-old Glenfiddich single malt good? Yes and no. It's alright. It's not bad. Glenfiddich is one of the most popular brands on the market, and it's one that a lot of people buy as a first-time sort of try. Glenfiddich is okay. If you've got it, there's nothing wrong with it. If you're about to buy it, you might be able to get something that's the same price that might be a bit more starter-friendly. But Glenfiddich's okay, yeah, it's not bad at all. I used to quite like it. I personally would probably prefer to buy the entry-level Glenmorangie if you're trying whiskey. Try the entry-level Glenmorangie first, or Arboloa 10, or if you want to go slightly more, Balvenie Double Wood. But yeah, I personally wouldn't buy Glenfiddich 12 anymore. Any Glen, eh, Billy J? You lost me at the bit where you said on the rocks, I'm afraid. Which Redbreast is my favourite? 28. Sorry, 27. But I wouldn't buy the 27 because it's crazy expensive. But it was definitely my favourite. Because it was the best. Bluestein, thank you for the 45 bits. And the 50 bits as well. Thanks a lot for both of those. Thank you. Opposition, yeah, trying Glenmorangie after Islays is probably not going to make it taste the best, if I'm honest. Glenmorangie is quite citrusy and fairly delicate, but I don't mind Glenmorangie. It's okay. But if you've just had Islays, which are normally quite peated and quite smoky, it's not. I don't know. It's like trying chocolate after eating mince or something. You're not really going to taste it. Right, the stab vest is not so bad. I have no bullets for that. Not one of your best analogies. I think that analogy was just fine. You're not going to appreciate the flavour of chocolate if just eating a fucking extra strong mint, dude. You try it, and then you see if I'm right or not. We have 7 rounds. Yeah, I knew that. Just testing. Thought you said mince. Well, mince and mince are about the same word, really, aren't they? In terms of how they sound. Do I like cigars? Never really tried them. I think I probably would. I've never really tried them, to be honest. I'm pretty certain that cigars would probably be a thing I will like. And I quite like whiskey. People that like whiskey tend to like cigars, I think. But I've got enough things that are trying to kill me at the moment without starting smoking cigars as well. Cigars are the best option on the golf course. Here's a take that people that smoke cigars won't like. But I don't really like the way it looks as well, you know, like when someone's smoking on a great big fat stogie whilst they're on the golf course or whatever. I see a lot of people, like I go in watch forums from time to time, and you see people regularly, they'll post a picture of their watch with a cigar like on their wrist, and then the cigar's balanced on the back of their hand, or they'll post a selfie of them smoking their cigar but showing their watch at the same time. I don't know, there's just something a little, I don't know, it's not that it's phallic, but it just seems incredibly show-offy somehow, you know, like smoking a great big expensive cigar on a golf course makes you look a bit like a knob. I can't help but feel that way, even though I kind of like the idea of smoking a cigar. I can't help it. If I see Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'd like it. I don't think, oh, what a knob. I don't, you know, but if I did it, I'd feel like a cock. I love phallic-shaped objects in my mouth. Who wouldn't? I don't know, it's a bit like... There's an element of seeing a grown adult sucking on a great big cigar playing golf. It's a bit like seeing a child that's too old for a dummy sucking on a dummy, you know, like a 10-year-old sucking on a dummy or something, you know. It has that kind of vibe to it somehow, and I don't... That's just probably me, but that's kind of how it feels. Yeah, dummy is a pacifier. With a cigar, I'd look as good as Churchill did. I'd like Churchill's wit. That would be good. I wouldn't mind his ability to make a pretty decent fist of like a narration as well. You imagine like YouTube narration, Churchill style. We shall spawn on the beaches. We shall never surrender. It'll be interesting. John Daly looks pretty cool with a cigar, I suppose. Isn't that weird though? Like if you see John Daly with an incredibly bright polo shirt on and some pants that look like a cross between clown's trousers and chef trousers, and then he's smoking a cigar with some kind of like foily, like bright red lenses, sunglasses or something. You see John Daly and think, oh, he's cool, but he's cool because he just doesn't give a fuck, you know. But if you see a vaguely good-looking younger man wearing the exact same get-up, you think, oh, you fucking prick. Maybe just me, but I can't. That's true, right? John Daly does that. Ian Poulter does something similar. He's a prick. Can't be helped. Islisha, thank you very much for the 2 years. Very, very kind. Mr. Blitz, thank you very much for the support. Really appreciate it as well. John Daly wasted his talent. I don't know if that's true or not. Some people just can't do the practice. Some people just don't. He still won. Did he win 3 majors? Anybody that's won 3 majors hasn't really wasted their talent, you know. Like, there's plenty of people that have played for extended periods, never won. Like Colin Montgomery was an amazing golfer, won the European Order of Merit year after year after year, never won a major, you know. Like, what's the other guy, that kind of middle-aged British dude, slightly portly, that's never won a major as well? There's many of them. Like, he still won a major. This is good. We've got a blaze with a Pillad now. Lee Westwood was who I was thinking of, Jill. Yeah, well done. It was Lee Westwood I was thinking of. I'm going to about turn. I'm going to head in. I've got the Pillad scope, and I just want to go and get the loot now. I think it makes sense we go and get it. I don't agree that it's dull, Jim Bob. You get good loot at Prison Island. I've just read your message after I've made the decision anyway. If I'd read it before, it probably could have put me off and I'd have carried on in spite. Just to But I actually quite enjoy Prison Island. I've had a few firefights there. It's quite a cool place to go. I quite like it, but I think we're better off getting to Sosnovka and trying to get our loot back. It could be fun there, Jim Bob. We've had some good fights there. Not going to check for convoy. Oh, God. I've left now. No, I'm not. It's too late. Have I got into firefights this morning? Yeah, I died, Big Scoo. I died at BMC. Rick, thanks for the 26 months. JR, thank you for the gifted sub to Sabotage. Mr. Blitz and Islisha Bluestein, thanks very much. Pillad or Spectre? There's no comparison, dude. The Pillad is a good scope because it's better than none, but the Spectre scope is one of the best scopes, full stop. That wasn't a firefight, it was a murder. Well, I didn't really fire a gun other than trying to aggro the Zeds, did I? That much is true. Thought they'd be defrosted by now. Let's go. Raging Monkey, thank you for the prime.
From our baby. I expect child support payments to begin soon. I am proud of your love for the NFL though. Honorary diabetes to you.
Bjorn, cheers for the support. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the foosball final. I'm somewhat concerned that the KC Swifts are going to win. And then, like, at the end, when they present the trophy, about 3 seconds after the trophy's been presented, Swift herself will be running around the pitch with the fucking trophy in her hand. I can see Taylor Swift being the Salt Bae of this year's Super Bowl. NFL is rigged. Yeah, of course it is. KC Swift's merch. Now there's an idea. As a die-hard NFL fan can confirm, NFL is rigged. A lot of the time the best team wins. Completely unacceptable. What isn't rigged? I don't know. Super chat from Super Demon. Cheers for the support, Super Demon. Thank you for doing the super chatting. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Super chats are active on the YouTube as of today. It's not like soccer though, where 1-0 is an insurmountable lead. So there's that. Oh, there's so much wrong with that sentence. Don't get caught by Bjorn's trolling, okay? Don't get caught. Rex, it's like YouTube's equivalent to bits in simple terms. I think Twitch tried to copy Super Chat. They did like a thing, I forget what it was called, but they've shelved that now. I like the billionaire pop star is gold-digging millionaire footballer. Is gold-digging a millionaire footballer? Yeah, I think that's a strange take, isn't it? She's clearly, like, probably could buy the team or close to it. Hucksker, I'm going to answer, right? But I'm not going to go into full details. But if at all possible, one thing, a lesson in life, if at all possible, try and poop before you have a shower. Because otherwise you're not going to feel clean for as long, you know, just a fact. Always, even if you don't feel like you need to go, always worth having a quick try. You never know. Just don't push too hard. What do you call 52 millionaires sitting around watching the Super Bowl? I don't know if I want to know. But then you're smelling shit while you're having a shower. No, not if you're me. My body's a temple. It doesn't smell at all. Neil, thank you for the super tanks. Cheers for the support, Neil, dude. Thank you very, very much. Christ, that jam didn't go very far, did it? Should probably fix the vest. Here's a prediction for you. The second I stop to fix the vest, I'll get attacked by the wolves that now seem to have stopped howling. Is there a Scum run on your calendar? There possibly is a sponsored Scum stream coming up fairly soon, but it's not confirmed for sure yet. But possibly in February. Poo at work, you get paid to do it. Well, I do quite regular. Especially when I used to run the adverts manually. I used to run 2 minutes of adverts and then I was properly getting paid to poop. It's possible the wolves are distracted by someone else. Neil, thanks again for the super tanks. Rinus, thank you for the new sub. OPAC, thank you or Zero Pack, thank you for the 2 monthing. Those wolves have to have aggroed on someone. And I'm guessing whoever shot them suppressed as well. If the fucker that killed me at VMC is in this forest shooting wolves right now and then shoots me, I'm going to cry and also cry SS as well. Just realised I was chatting in the wrong chat while watching on the TV using my phone. Oh, Jimbo, well, I'm glad you got it sorted. This is an interesting stat. I looked at my weekly YouTube stats last week. This might be partly why YouTube live streams go pretty well. Could be wrong, but 41% of my total audience on YouTube for last week watched on a TV. That's a really high figure, isn't it? Like, 41%. Like, that's not a million miles away from half of everybody, really, is it? You know, not that far. But anyway, 41% of every viewer was watching on a TV. How would they know TV versus computer? Because if you're watching on a TV, you're using an app on the telly, aren't you? They know what kind of, like, what software you're using to view YouTube, don't they? Not many people watching on a telly are going to, like, go through whatever TV's, like basic internet search he's using. You're going to use the YouTube app, aren't you? Yeah, well, I only got stats on TVs. That was just like one extra, like, little bonus thing, like. But quite a lot of people watch on iPads and phones and such as well. I only watch on TV. I'm watching on my TV using my phone to chat. Ooh. First degree, you're on Twitch. There is a Twitch app that you can watch. Like you can get it on a Amazon Fire Stick or a lot of smart TVs. But I don't think it's quite as common as the YouTube app. Certainly on smart TVs, anyway. So if this is just a big if, by the way, but if I was being stream sniped by a guy that killed me at VMC, who just got attacked by wolves in that forest, I'd probably get shot in the back from that forest as I ran across this field, wouldn't I? The Fire Stick is good. I've actually got a Fire Cube, or an Amazon Cube, or whatever it's called, which I've had to start using because it's my TV. The TV we've got is a bit older and it doesn't support Apple TV. And I got given from Twitch an Amazon Cube, which is like a Fire Stick, but it's a bit more. It's got a bit more processing power, and it's a cube that plugs in rather than a stick. And I got given one from Twitch on some old giveaway last summer, and I got a few free things. And that was one of them. And I gave it to my missus and said, sell it on eBay if you want. And she hadn't got round to selling it. And now I'm fucking using it. I've actually been meaning to... like this Amazon box, I'm pretty sure it's got better streaming with it than the TV that we have, so I need to log into like Disney Plus on it and stuff, because Disney Plus, of all the streaming services, Disney Plus works the worst. It really doesn't work very well. Like if there's something new on that's out today and you try and watch it, it's forever freezing and it doesn't work very well. And I think partly it's because of Disney themselves, but it might be also partly to do with
Thanks
Mattelli.
for making this 53-year-old non-gamer now hooked on your streams. Brought myself a PS5 and game only to realise I'm better watching. Toasty Paul.
Paul, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. It certainly does take a while when you first get started. Oh, Curtis, thank you very much for the super chatting, dude. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. They're pretty colourful, aren't they? Thank you very much for the support, Paul, and Curtis as well. Thank you. Disney Plus website is always slow. I'm not surprised. The Disney Plus app on my smart TV, it's really bad. I've never had it with any of the others.
I've been watching for a long time, but first time chatter. Thanks for the amazing entertainment.
Smoking Cats, they've changed the moon to the Death Star, have they? That's kind of cool. Curtis, thanks again, dude. Cheers for the support. Right, so I'm bypassing. Somebody asked if that's Zelenogorsk. It is. I'm bypassing it to try and go and get my loots. Are there any new maps on the horizon? I'm pretty certain there are, dude. There's always new maps on the horizon. Most people are hoping and expecting that there's a new map or maybe more on the horizon from the DayZ devs as well. Honey Badger, I got killed by a dude that was insane, or a dudette that was insane.
TRMZ love.
AK Dennis, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you. DTM Panda, thank you for the new sub as well. I don't think any of my stuff will be there fast forward, as in the stuff where I died. No, I doubt they'd had much chance to ship the loot off my body, so they might have got it dropped onto the ground, or they might not, but... Oh, DTM, thank you. I appreciate it. Am I going back there? I'm not going back to there just yet. No, I've got no plans to. I'm going to Sosnovka. What's my favourite music genre? Talk radio. Do I ever check out Frostbite? I'm starting to wonder if that's something else other than the Frostbite you get in the game. My favourite music genre is probably what would be classed as indie or Britpop maybe, but indie. From the 90s and early 2000s mostly. I quite liked one or two punk bands, modern as well. One or two. But mostly it's guitar-based music from that kind of era. Me and the missus saw Blur at Wembley in July last year. That was really good. Frostbite is a winter server where the weather is constantly killing you. I haven't tried that then. That makes more sense. The only thing I've tried recently that might be a little bit similar was Spaggy's Miserable Apocalypse. That was good. That was kind of fun. I quite like the Kaiser Chiefs. I like the first album. This is rather sad, but it's true. The Kaiser Chiefs' first album, I bought that, and I bought an album from Oasis with The Importance of Being Earnest on it. And pretty much, I think that was about 2007. And that's when people still bought albums, of course, right? Pretty much, that's about the last time I bothered really being into music. After that, I just kind of gave up. I think the World Cup was in South Africa in 2008. And I started listening to TalkSport, stopped listening to music in the car, and that's when I used to mostly listen to music. And I've never gone back. I mostly listen to TalkSport in the car, and so the music can suck it. Do I like Dire Straits? Dissy, I like Money for Nothing and Walk of Life loads. I've listened to a lot of their kind of well-known songs on Spotify and whatnot. I'm not a huge Dire Straits fan, but I really like those two songs. I still intend to retire with a I want my Twitch TV parody of Money for Nothing. That's my retirement plan. I just need to learn how to play the guitar like Mark Knopfler, sing like Mark Knopfler, and then write the lyrics. I saw the gun in the house. It was there before. It's still the same repeater that was there before. Musclebound, dude, thank you so much for the continued support, dude. You crazy bastard. Thank you for gifting 20 subs on the YouTube. Thank you.
Another 53-year-old that started playing console because of TRMZ. Funny thing is, I'm usually the oldest guy on every server I join.
Cool world. Well, dude, thank you for joining in. I appreciate it. Cheers for the super chat. Thanks for using the super chat feature that I added today. Thank you. That was a bit loud, wasn't it? Sorry. Cool world, thank you very much. Danger Zone, thank you for the prime, dude. Thank you. Yeah, it will be a while before I retire, but on the basis that I'm never going to learn the guitar and I can't sing, and that's never going to change either. What's my take on Garmin watches? If you need the fitness stuff and the GPS stuff, then great, you know, but not for me. I don't need that shit. But I understand why people do. So, and the thing of the smartwatches, if I was going to buy one, I did have one of those Fitbit things for a while, but it was a gift. I got given it. But if I was going to buy one, I'd probably go Garmin. But yeah, I play guitar. We can form a band if you really insist. Sounds legit. Degargos, thank you for the super chat as well. I saw a super thanks from you the other day as well, dude. Thank you. Oh, I like that. That looks good with the... that looks good with that, doesn't it? That looks really good.
Hey Paul, what's your take on Garmin watches? Just got the Tactic 7 Pro Ballistic. Love the streams. Keep it up. Big dog sign of the horns, light skin tone, sign of the horns, light skin tone.
I think they need to adjust the name of their watches as well. I didn't really take in the name, but just got the 7 Pro Ballistic, the Tactic 7 Pro Ballistic. I think they're a bit try-hard with their names, Garmin, aren't they? They should be calling them something that sounds a bit more cool than that, like a Garmin Fox or a Garmin whatever. You know? Like a Garmin Tactic 7 Pro Ballistic makes it sound like some kind of fucking gun for paintball. But dude, yeah, GG, thank you for the support, I appreciate it, man. Cool World, Stephen, Degargos, thank you. Big Scoo, thank you as well. Maybe they could call one a Nagathon. They could call the Apple Watches Nagathon. That would be good. Do I like bare knuckle boxing? Not really. I've seen plenty of clips of it on like social media, like everyone does. Sooner or later, you could like watch, I don't know, you could be on Facebook or YouTube and you watch like 20-second clip of some kittens, and within about half an hour you'll be seeing some Irish fellas punching each other. You know, it's almost like a guarantee, isn't it?
Nathan Alexander Scheme donated $6.34. Ruby.
Ruby was a dog. They apparently admitted as much the other day. Ruby was a dog. Fungus, well, good luck in the quest for garden lime, dude. Still there. That's cool, isn't it? That is really cool. I like that. That's kind of planning. See, I've become accustomed to learning that I need to plan for my ultimate demise because it's coming real soon. I might as well be ready for it. There are zombies, dude, yeah. Sosnovka's a bit of a weird town for zombies. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but I've not really been going anywhere where you'd expect to see any Zeds at the moment, dude. I've been avoiding kind of zombified areas. I would have quite liked a firelighter, that would have been good. That shot to the north might be somewhere near the tents. Just heard a deer to my left. Nathan, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the tip. Arvids, thank you for the new sub. Big Scoo, thank you for the new sub as well. And Kumali, Illa Kumali, thank you very much for the new sub too. These'll buy me a little bit of time. I'm going to get rid of that. Don't need that shit. I don't need that shit either, all that. Actually, I'll keep that. I think I just saw the question, is smoking better? And the answer is no. It's much better to bake stuff. Smoking makes it drier and less calories. Baking gives you the most amount of calories and some hydration. So the best option if you want the most energy is baking, which is what I'm doing. I'm not going to smoke any unless I get really sidetracked. Thank you for the content, like your gameplay and talkie. Scalibur, thank you very much for your first super chat. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Doesn't baking spoil eventually? Well, even dried food, even smoked food spoils eventually. But it just takes longer to spoil. The reality is, though, if you're playing and you intend to eat it on the day you're playing, it'll never spoil it. It lasts about 6 hours, so even if you kill an entire cow, you'll have eaten it all before it goes rotten. So yeah, there's never a reason not to just bake it. The only reason to smoke and dry it is if you've got like a base with a tent in it and you're wanting to make it for like tomorrow or the day after or something. If you store it in a tent, it will last longer, but you'd only dry stuff if you were storing it for another day, maybe. Even then, it might not last as long as you need.
Thank you for the content. I like your gameplay and talkie.
Boiling, the 3 hours up doesn't really mean a great deal, dude. But boiling gives you less energy than baking, but a little bit more hydration. But if you're boiling, you're boiling it in a pot of water that you can drink, you know, like, so you're far better off baking it and drinking the water, you know, like, I think that's much better. Boiling it does give you a tiny bit more hydration, but so does drinking the water that you're using to boil. It would be cool if you boiled meat, you then drank the water, it had calorific value as well, made like some kind of broth. That would be cool. Excalibur, thank you very much once again. Mango Cat, cheers for the resub. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. I haven't hotbarred the guns. That's actually a good shout. I should do that. I'm not going to do this one, obviously. I've got no bullets, but this one, not even loaded it yet.
Glad to see you on YouTube. Been watching. Have the British forgiven America for that time we threw your tea in the Boston Harbor?
Honestly, Michael, nobody gives a shit. That won't surprise you. but it's so not something that we... I think I got vaguely taught about the Boston Tea Party at school. But it was so long ago, no one gives a shit, you know, like, it's not really... obviously, things like that are very important. With it being, like, Independence Day and stuff, I know that's not relating to the Boston Tea Party, but it's all a lot more important in America. It's all a lot more part of your history. Like, Independence Day for you guys is obviously a huge, huge deal, but over here, it's not something that anyone gives a toss about. I suppose
PC,
makes sense,
how do you do
really.
the double zoom when aiming down scope?
How do you zoom in more when aiming down scope? Mouse wheel up and down. Brock, cheers for the tip, dude. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. It kind of makes sense, really, though. If you think about it, if you're a sports fan, right? You remember the good seasons a lot more than the bad seasons. If you lose a game, it's probably a lot less memorable than if you win a game. So, I guess in reality, like, same thing, you know. Killed there on Tuesday. I think I might go and kill one of these deer that I can hear over this way. Possibly an M16. I don't think I can go for that. It's in Zelenogorsk itself. Maybe I can go for that. Grease Trap, yeah, we've talked about it a little bit today so far, dude. It would be exciting, I think. Winning independence is much more exciting than never having independence. Faded. Are you implying that the UK is not independent? I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. Pristine, pristine. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Brock, Michael, Excalibur, Mango Cat, cheers for the support. Peeps, thank you. Enough of that shit. We'll carry on with this. It doesn't cool down faster blue steam, no. Bobcat, yeah, that I can see where you're coming from. Thanks, German dude. Why do so many people need to argue over, like, who's the best at whatever? I don't understand. I saw a really interesting clip, an old clip. I think it came up on, I think it was on YouTube. It was an old interview with Marlon Brando. A very old interview, for obvious reasons, with Marlon Brando. But it was Marlon Brando as an old man. And he was asked by a reporter, the question was something like, most people see you as the best actor of all time. Now, that may not be the case, but that was the question. How do you feel about that? And his reply was, far too many of us in America, and he said this, not me, but we worry far too much about who's the best and try to quantify everything in terms of the best. But it really doesn't matter, and I agree with that, really. I don't understand that way of thinking. Like, not everything needs to be pigeonholed into a top 3. Especially with something so subjective as who's the best actor, or what's your favourite colour, or what's the best meal, or who's the best DayZ player, or who's the best DayZ streamer, or who's the best... It's utterly pointless, and I like Marlon Brando anyway. I like a lot of the things he did, but that was a really good answer. Like, worrying over who's the best at what is kind of like almost vaguely infantile. Remember that time I stashed a blaze in Sosnovka and there was already a blaze in Sosnovka? I'm going to go for that. I think that's the one by the summer camp. So I was going to go towards the shots, but I'm not now. I'm going to go towards that. Hi, Henny. Huxka, very cool. That could come in handy. I think that maybe there's some egos involved. I really don't get it. I remember as a kid, like young boys being like, "Oh, our army can beat their army. We might have a smaller army, but we've got more supplies. We've got better." This is years ago. It wouldn't be true now, I don't think. But nonetheless, I remember that being a childlike kind of conversation. But it's not something that concerns me as an adult, you know. Cotton, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you. What is SEK? It's kind of cool, this. I'm going to learn the currencies. It may not be, you know. It might be in the field southwest of Zeleno. Thank you very much, Cotton. Cheers, dude. Thanks for the hundreds of hours of entertainment. Have a whiskey. Okay, probably only enough for half a whiskey on me. Dude, you can definitely get a whiskey for that. Maybe not a bottle, but you can get a very nice whiskey for that. Thank you very, very much for the support. This won't last, by the way, but I said to the missus this morning that I've come to the conclusion that...
Yay! Love and appreciate all the entertainment you provide, Paul.
Thank you very much, Jules. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you. I've come to the conclusion that I'm not going to drink in February, March and April. And that won't last, but in my mind, that's what's going to last. So I'm not going to count the days or anything. I'm just not drinking until May. That's what I've decided. Jules, thank you very much for using the super chat. Yeah, I did activate it today. There are also on YouTube, there are some more membership emotes. There's nothing on YouTube that's not already on Twitch, but I had space for more emotes and I added like 4 or 5 new ones today.
Cool, you added super chat. Thanks for the hundreds of hours of entertainment. Have a whiskey. Okay, probably only enough for a half whiskey. On me.
Caustic and Jules, thank you. There is a helicopter crash site further down this field. I'm wondering if it was there. With the shots we heard in Zelenogorsk, that's a slight worry. Because they could be coming this way too. I may have got the line wrong and it could be more to the right. I think it is by the look of it. There are other helicopter sites in the trees over there and over that way too, but I don't think it is that way. Oh well, let's go this way then. Gonna be super dehydrated like a Vesta curry. Like the inside of a snot noodle. Yeah, alright, I'm not going to drink alcohol. Let me clarify. Did I get extra emote slots with the latest Twitch thing? I don't know, Chimney. I'm not at my maximum emote slots on Twitch anyway, dude. I think I've got space for new emotes anyway. Redline wants a bumcoin emote, which I kind of think that would be cool. And also a buttered toast emote, which I don't think would be cool. It's too niche. My mum likes Vesta curries. I ordered her a box of 20 on Amazon about a year ago, so they still sell. It wasn't a curry. Oh, there it is. It wasn't a Vesta curry that she wanted. It was a. They did a Vesta chow mein, and it came with some like weird crisp things. He wanted that, so I bought a box of 20 on Amazon for about 50 quid, 45 quid, something like that. I don't know. Vesta, V-E-S-T-A. They made like shit pre-packed meals. They did like a couple of curries and a chow mein one. Pixie, thank you for the continued support. Cheers for the gifted membership and ing. I can't believe that didn't kill it. A little bit too close to the helicopter for my liking, if I'm honest. Oh, definitely. Thanks for the kind words, dude. Appreciate it. I might as well take those. I've got the space. I didn't chop up the other wolf because it took me 2 hits to kill it. I suspect we'll get less meat from that one than any of the others, so I didn't bother. Where did they even go? I didn't watch where they went. Fuck. That could have been bad. That could have been really bad. Evening all. You're right, Dave. Thanks for coming in. Batman's, dude, thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, guys. On with my... Lost the chat. I'm trying to see Fatman's message and lost the chat on YouTube for a minute. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you for the super chatting. Right, no more standing still in fields next to helicopter crash sites. I don't like this. There was lots of shots in Zeleno. Let's just go. It would be amazing. I tell you what, the suppressed SVD the other day on Alteria was so cool. Well, in fact, yesterday on Tuesday on this map as well. I'd love another one. That would be great. Don't think we're going to get a lot in here, though. This is dog shit. I'm really dog shit. There better be a gun. A gold top grenade. What a load. What an absolute shit. Fuck off. Horse crap. Absolute dog shit. I don't know if it's been looted. That's the second one where there's been no zombies, but I don't think the zombies have been killed at it. I don't think it's been looted. I think it's got no loot, which is unlucky, but it might have been looted. Sometimes they don't seem to spawn zombies straight away, so the server's got a lot of players in it and it's full. And when you get a server like that, sometimes they cap the zombie limit. Let's say the zombie limit's capped at 800. Because there's so many players in the server, the zombie limit can already be at the cap, so a heli won't spawn any Zeds. It does happen quite often. Not too worried about the cold event because we're about to cook the wolves. Maybe Marinus. They did talk about ages ago about having a workshop added in the game that would allow you to put different scopes on different guns in the workshop. Like you'd be able to do crafting to do it. That might be kind of cool if you could do that. But nonetheless, it would be cool if you could be a bit more flexible. I think the thing I'd really love more than anything else is I'd love to see the Spectre scope in vanilla. I think the Spectre scope's a really cool scope. It would be really good to see that one in the game. Bill, the Crazy Chris adventure was absolutely amazing, but you can't really recreate that with something that you set up. Bumping into Crazy Chris and having that run was like a one-of-a-kind amazing adventure, but if we tried to meet up again and use Discord, it would never recreate that same thing. That was like... I think it's my best single encounter, certainly my most humorous. He was a very, very funny dude, and I haven't watched it for ages, and then last year I watched the first half an hour of Crazy Chris again. It was really funny. Mainly because of him, but it was really funny because of both of us, to be fair, but it was really, really funny. Like, just so like DayZ, you know, like just like random shit that can happen. Will I go for a 4K monitor this year? I doubt it, dude, SVAL. I think I'm going to stay on 1440. Something interesting has changed. I saw a headline on an Argofox video. So up until the last Nvidia update, Nvidia cards could only do 3 separate streams at once, which sounds like a lot, like 3 streams to like places like Twitch or YouTube or whatever. But they've just upped it to 8 potential separate streams at the same time, which is going to be a big deal for me potentially, because I might need around 4 streams just for Twitch very soon. So we had chicken before, which is kind of crap, and now we're having wolf, which is just slightly less crap, but still crap. Oh, I had a canteen, didn't I? Yeah, I'll have a look in a minute. Well, my first encounter with Muller, no disrespect to Muller, But that day was the perfect day in DayZ day. That was all about the day in general. It was like the random 2 dudes we'd met before and the crazy PvP. That was the whole adventure, really. Muller, that's the first time I'd ever met Muller, but he kind of acted as a Star Trek red shirt, to be fair. Yeah, to answer the question about why I need to try have 4 streams for Twitch, they are changing the way that it works. They're doing a beta of it soon, so that they're going to allow streamers to stream. So at the moment, I stream to Twitch in 1 quality, and then Twitch separates that out. So it does 1080p source, 1080p, 720, 480, and probably one lower than that still, you know. Twitch does that. They're going to change it soon, so that I can stream straight to Twitch with multiple qualities myself, but at a higher bitrate with better quality. But they're not going to do any of the transcoding as such. I'm going to have to do it all. So I can stream to Twitch in 1440p at higher bitrate soon. But in order for people to watch at lower resolutions, I've got to stream them a lower resolution myself. So I might have to stream to Twitch at 1440 and at 1080 and at 720 at the very least. Victor, I wouldn't be averse to spending the money on an OLED TV. I just don't think it's a very good move. Like what I just described there about the streaming, all of those streams are done by my graphics card. So if I've got to stream once to YouTube and maybe at least 3 times to Twitch, that's a lot of processing my graphics card's going to do. I don't really want to make it then try and play DayZ at 4K. And on top of that, some of the maps are a bit of a dog to run, and it's not my PC. They're just really hard for DayZ to run, so the idea that I might run around on Deer Isle at 4K while streaming 4 or 5 times is probably not that much of a goer. Twitch getting lazy. I actually think it's a very good thing, because it's their way of allowing us to increase the quality, which is a good thing for you guys, and it's a good thing for me. The video quality is going to be better, but I don't think it's lazy. It's a way that they can do it, you know. That Twitch is already losing money, I'm afraid to say. They may well be breaking even or better this year. They are making some changes that has to impact them profitably, you know, but nonetheless, everyone knows that Twitch aren't making money at the moment, so they laid off another 500 people in the first couple of days of January. Dave Drizzle, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Jolinar or Jolinar, thank you for the new sub. Zolasha, thank you for the 66 month in. Sek is Swedish krona. Run like hell and don't die. Fatmans, thank you. Sek is Swedish krona. I'll try and remember. How would that affect someone who's running an older graphics card? Well, you just won't be able to do it. And you'll still be able to stream the old way. The way that they're doing now is going to be a beta, and no one's going to be forced to use it. Right? So you'll still be able to stream like you can now. But to stream in 1440p, you're going to need... To stream in the latest tech, and like if they ever go AV1 streaming, which I suspect they will, you're going to need a 40 series graphics card, because they're the only ones that are compatible with AV1. So if you're a streamer, you're going to need a 40 series card to get the best quality fairly soon.
I would love an update with sneak open doors, Zeds carrying weapons and parts. And like you said, with the compound bow, and use grenades with it.
Fatmans, yeah, I think a compound bow could be cool. Cheers for the support, dude, thank you. Sek is Monopoly money, DKK is where it's at. Oh, Danish kroner, eh? I'm not saying that myself. Fatmans, thank you very much for the support, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I think compound bows would be cool. So, someone asked what's better, baking or smoking. We talked about this just before, but what I'm doing now, baking is the best for energy. Or AMD equivalent. I don't think so, not really over it, because NVIDIA and OBS are actually working together. I think if you're going to stream and you're going to stream on Twitch, you're going to want an NVIDIA card. Maybe AMD will follow suit and find a way of doing it, but OBS, if you want to stream with OBS right now and get the best quality, you need an NVIDIA card, not an AMD one. there are massive advantages to the NVENC system for streaming, and NVENC is an NVIDIA, and it works with OBS. So if you're a streamer and you're streaming to Twitch, you should use an NVIDIA card. You'd be stupid not to. I didn't say they didn't support AV1, not really over it, but they won't support NVENC, which is a big deal. Right, we have the plus symbol.
Over 2 years, Paul. Where has the time gone? Thank you so much for the awesome content and the dementia charity streams. You are awesome.
John, thank you very much. Cheers for tuning in, and no worries, dude. Thank you for the support. Moradus, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Now I'm going to need to know what knock is. Norwegian krona? Am I learning about krona today? It seems like I am. It might be, I don't know. Honestly, I didn't know what currency Norway and Sweden and I nearly said Denmark then. Yeah, Denmark. I didn't really know what they used.
Well, I remember.
Well, it's on the couch. Okay. Right, let's go and just make sure there's nobody at the heli again. John, not really over it. Thank you very much for the support as well. It is indeed. Yep, very cool. Do I feel like I know Scandinavia that bit better now? Not really. At least I know the currency. That's a start, I suppose. This would actually be a decent place to overwatch that from, you know, because you can see right up the helicopter's arse.
Thanks for past, current and future entertainment. Keep running, runner.
I'd like a zooming scope really, but that's not bad, is it? It is a good view. The house is a good view too. Moradis, thank you again. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Who's in?
TRMZ FMD.
Could have used that. I did have a... I've got a thing there. That. Yeah, it's a shame really. I could have put the Pillad scope on that. I did have one of the adapters for it, but I've ditched it. Rather stupidly. I think I might just hide it. I doubt we'll use it, but I might as well hide it in a tree somewhere, mightn't I? Pretty well hidden unless you're here, in which case it's not at all, but fuck it, I'm going to leave it. Yeah, on vanilla the only scope you can use is the blaze. With the blaze is the hunting scope. In some modded servers there's other scopes that go on it, like this one, that's a Pillad scope. Oh well, onwards and upwards. I'm eating my buttered toast upside down this morning thanks to you. Brilliant. Oh, dude. Another one that knows the one true path. The only way to have a satisfactory toast breakfast. You know. Nuba, thank you very much for the 9 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Moradus, not really over it. John, thank you very much once again. Terry, we did quite a lot of chatting about it the other day, so I'll keep it very short. The nice melted butter goes on your tongue rather than your roof of your mouth, and there's absolutely no reason not to want that unless you're a fucking idiot like Redline. That's basically the summary of it. Yeah, I looted it, Thunder General. It's got nothing at it. It's a great big bag of bollocks. I'm doing a lot of replying to messages from yesteryear, but somebody brought up, and then something happened that sidetracked me. Somebody brought up the Fury Usyk fight. It's only 16 days away. Just over 2 weeks away. I am excited for that. The only thing that's really annoying is it's on the TNT Sports app, which is like the most antiquated shit fucking way to watch sports ever. Seductive Sociopath, thank you very much for the support. What if you eat dry toast? Well, your choice. If you're eating butter on the roof of your mouth toast, you're eating dry toast as well. You also like fat stains on your carpet? I honestly don't know. I don't understand how much fucking butter you're lathering on your toast, but you can put a lot of butter on a toast, on bread. Toast, sorry. It melts and seeps in. I have put quite a bit of butter on, and there's no way any falls off. It soaks into the toast. I don't know. Fuck knows how you're putting half a packet of butter on each slice or something.
Love you, bye.
Six Nations starts tomorrow. Boo. That's not true. It's okay. It's every year, and it's not as exciting as it should be. I think the Six Nations. If you're into rugby, of course, it's exciting. I kind of more fair weather watch rugby when the World Cup's on, but it'd be nice to see England do pretty well. No, they haven't won one for a while, have they? But the most exciting thing about the Six Nations is that last year Breitling brought out a special edition. Forget the name of the watch, but the one with the the sort of fuse-like bracelet. That they brought out a special edition for each country. They were kind of cool. Watching Argyle. Yeah, when does that release on Apple TV? I think it's tomorrow, isn't it? I kind of want to see that. It looks like it'll be okay. Oh my god, there's Mosins everywhere. If the rugby was on in my back garden, I'd shut the curtains. Well, I guess it's a strong take, but yeah. Kieran, coming back to your TNT thing. So, my smart TV can't get a TNT app, and the TNT app that you don't. I've watched a few boxing matches.
Interesting. But how do I get the bacon and egg out of my carpet?
Oh my god. I don't know that. I'm afraid I don't have an answer for you. Sorry. Thank you for the bits, dude. Thank you. Backaday, thank you very much too. Seductive Sociopath, thank you very much for the support also. Yeah, the TNT app. I've watched a few of the pay-per-view events on it over the like the last Fury fight, for example. You pay for it on the app. I don't have any access to TNT like through like a Sky set-top box or anything else. Don't have any way to watch it other than through the app. And it won't stream from my phone to the telly. It doesn't do that. They don't have the tech with their app. So you pay for it in the app, and you can only watch it on the app or on your laptop, which is shit. Buy an Android box and download. I haven't got that. Can you get it on an Amazon? The Amazon box I've got. Can I get TNT on that? Use a HDMI cable to TV. What? From my phone? No, you can't mirror it, Jfair. The app doesn't do mirroring. I've never thought about getting an HDMI from my phone to the telly. But here's the thing. Why? Obviously why you can watch it, but what I mean is, like TNT, formerly BT Sports, especially like they're big companies. Why the fuck don't they have proper mirroring on the app itself? It's madness. Redline, yeah, my missus has got a Apple dealie now.
Google Cast?
But nonetheless, it's still frustrating. It's possible, like someone's just said that they banned casting. It's possible that they don't want you to mirror it or send it from your phone to the app easily. Exactly, because you could have one person do it and then sit in the pub and then send it to the pub telly, and then that's it done, you know, like. I guess that's a feasible thing, but I don't know, it's really fucking annoying. But like, I can mirror YouTube to my... Like, if I watch something on YouTube, I can mirror that to the TV really easy, but the app just won't let me do it. And there's something ever so disappointing in if you actually pay for the pay-per-view, let's say it's 25 quid or 20 quid, whatever. You pay to watch it, and then you sit hunched over watching it on your fucking phone, you know? Like, you just paid 25 quid for that. And yes, you can get a laptop, or you can go on your PC, but likewise, I want to watch it on the sofa and be comfy. I don't want to sit on my PC chair or get a fucking laptop on. Actually, that sucks. I want to watch it on my fucking telly, because I'm an old school dude that watches sport on the telly. My TV does not support AirPlay. It's probably like... I think the TV we've got is like 6 years old. Is Lewis Tafari confirmed, Dad? When I started the stream, it was just like a rumour. Or they were in talks, sorry. With your Matilda TV dinner. I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm big, you're small. I'm right, you're wrong, okay? Screen mirror through Chromecast. All of these things that people are saying, it might as well be another language. Use the Oofa Doofa with the Wang Doodler cable and with the phalange. I'm excited for that fight, though. I can't wait to watch Fury batter Usyk. If you're an Usyk fan, apologies. Well, not apologies, but I can't wait. Fury's going to batter Usyk. He's going to absolutely batter him. He's going to swap his ears round, he is. I cannot wait. Coming in, Moya, thank you for the support. Cheers, Matt. Tombo, cheers for the super chat. Counting you enough for an Aussie coffee, mate. Thanks from the ass end of the planet, dude. Thank you. It's 100% confirmed on Sky Sports. Very cool. Don't you like Usyk? I don't dislike Usyk. I think he's a great fighter, but I'm very much of the belief that Fury is the best heavyweight of his generation, and I don't buy the form he's had in his last few fights. I think my belief is that Fury has been undercooked ever since he fought Wilder 3. I think we'll see it. And all of this stuff about Fury getting knocked out in sparring and all of it, it's all just bullshit talk that you get before a fight. When the real fight happens, Fury will be ready, and he's better than Usyk if he's ready. Hamilton is replacing Sainz. Yeah, Leclerc has signed a new contract. I dropped that there before, didn't I? Oh, I could have gone and put that on one of those Mosins. I could have put that on the stashed Mosin. Oh, I can't be bothered. I'll tell you what I could do, though. Mushroom. Somebody might have been here, you know. I've not been here that long for a mushroom to spawn. There might be somebody nearby. Take Black Hunter pants. No, I'll keep the Tesco pants. I'm really excited to watch it, though. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm trying not to drink for February, March and April, which I'll ultimately fail at, but let's just say I'm naively going to do it today on February the 1st. But If it wasn't for that, I'd be trying to drag the missus down the pub to watch it in the pub, because it's on at a good time. How does the mushroom spawn mechanic work? Thunder, it's the same as apples at apple trees and other fruit trees. It spawns dynamically, but you need to have players in the area. So if nobody's in an area ever, there'll be none. If you get a big squad in a place, then apples and mushrooms and stones, they're all the same kind of thing. They all start spawning in a big way. So it spawns in based on players being in the area. Me and my wife just tried your upside down toast, and although we feel slightly special, we admit it's good. There you are, you see. It's just seconds, not minutes. Well, don't sell yourself short, dude. I'm sure you'll last longer one day. Don't use that as an opening line chatting anyone up. I can't answer the what's upside down toast thing, guys. I'm sorry. We've just done it about 10 minutes ago. If I rinse repeat it much longer, I'm going to get turned upside down.
Thank you for the great content as always.
Love you, Lavish. Thank you for the 7 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Fall to sleep every night to a VOD. Oh, I bet it takes literally seconds. Wow. Voices, choices. Well, this is not a good thing. But I'm gonna take the Tundra. I almost is. I'm starting to take the Tundra a lot more than the Blaze, and it is irking me a little bit. But I'm doing it. I'm doing it anyway. Don't see any zombies. I'm wondering if nobody's there. I know I didn't unload it. That's fine. I don't need the 2 bullets, but if I happen to get it back later, I'll be grateful of the 2 bullets, I guess. I left 18 bullets with the other one. Trevor, thanks. Hope lunch is good. I had chicken salad, chicken mayo, sweet corn sangers for my lunch. They were pretty good. What do you have against the crossbow? Nothing, Jex. I used it the other day. Crossbow's okay for killing Zeds. I don't really need it for players, but on the right character in the right moment, the crossbow's pretty decent. Once you've got 2 guns on your back, it's a bit of a ball ache, isn't it? It's too big to go in your backpack. And so, once you've got, like in my case, I've got a Tundra and a shotgun, the crossbow becomes a bit superfluous because a pistol in your bag with a suppressor on it is so much smaller. Felix, the bow and the crossbow, well, there is no bow, but the crossbow, it spawns in hunting areas. So you get it in castles and hunting stands and summer camp sheds. Need to kind of familiarise yourself with where the hunting stuff is, but that's where you get one. Well, that's where they spawn, Felix. You must have just been unlucky. starting to get dark. I'll put the gamma up now because I'll forget otherwise. So the server restart was, well, it was 2 hours ago now. Someone's been here since then, but it was 2 hours ago, so that shouldn't be any big surprise, should it? JJ saying snow is only on modded servers right now. There are some rumours / hopes that there might be a winter server coming to vanilla at some point soon, but if it does, it will likely be in the form of DLC. As in paid for. I hate this. Oh, I shouldn't have fired twice there. That could aggro every single fucking Z. I really hate this particular pistol with the suppressor. It's really quite hard to use, but still worthwhile. Wow. An AK butt
The fight
stop.
is on Sky Sports box office as well. Went AFK for 10 minutes, so don't know if you haven't been told yet.
Sky Sports box. If it's on Sky Sports box office as well, then I can get it on my Now TV box. Just need to remember the login. But that's cool if that's the case. If I can watch it on Sky as well. Bronopoly, yeah, we were talking about it at the start of the stream when it was just it might happen, but by all accounts it's definitely happening now. I'm quite excited for that. I think it's going to be cool. It's going to make his last season a little bit weird. It might mean that they favour George Russell a bit more than him, maybe. Like, if they've got one part to fit, it's definitely going to go in George Russell's car and not his now, you suspect. Now that could be cool. Yeah, they could end up with Lando Norris, couldn't they? That would be interesting as well. At Mercedes. Yeah, there was a mag. I'm just trying to work out what I'm doing and what I'm not. I've got a mag loaded. I just want to get it ready to shoot first before I worry about the other one. But if I can get 556, then we can get that FAMAS going, which would be really cool. Grandpa Apex, well, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Dinkers do. Thank you for the gifted subbings on YouTube, dude. Thank you very, very much. Hoffy, Gillet, thank you for the resub and the new sub. Cheers for the heads up, Hoffy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Trevor, thank you for the super chat, dude. Alright, that's not as good as I was hoping it would be. Oh shit, where's the other one? Do the thing. Not even aggroed. fuck off. I wasted a use of my cleaning kit. I don't like that. I can't fucking see a thing out of it. Mercedes will not put another one besides Russell. It'll probably be Schumacher. I'm not sure about that, Paulie. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll see. I think the question mark there would be whether George Russell is a truly a #1 driver or not. I don't watch it as much as I might, but they may know. But they may not be of the belief that he will ever be a world champion, or he'll. I haven't watched it really closely enough, but they may have some doubts. If they get someone like Lando Norris in, they might realise after 3 or 4 races that he's a lot quicker than George Russell. Oh yeah. Where was the hacksaw? Was it in the bottom here? Where was the hacksaw? You're right, there was one. Last tent? I don't remember where the hacksaw was. It's dumb. It was below me. It must have been on the right and I didn't check properly. I don't know. Oh, it's there. I couldn't see it. Yeah, well spotted. Not taking the 6 times, no, because I can't fix it and it's fucked. Lando signed a new long-term contract last week. Okay. They don't always leave solely when they've got a contract up for renewal, but it probably means he's going to stay at McLaren, doesn't it? But that doesn't mean for sure. They still leave sometimes, but yeah. I bet he wishes he hadn't. I bet he wishes he'd waited, to be honest. Just because it, like, even if he'd stayed, it could have potentially got him more money, you know? Why this cut? It massively changes this. Look at what it does to the sights. It makes the sight so much nicer. I maybe could have showed you before I'd cut it, but the iron sights are absolutely dog shit with this. But when you saw off the carry handle, it removes an awful lot of the cumbersome shit that gets in the way. Even picking that up for. Jambon, yeah, there's a fee. It's a bit like if a football manager leaves for another football team or a player, they have to negotiate a fee. They have to, like, if someone's under contract for 2 seasons, then it's going to cost them to buy the contract out. They'll have to pay the team. But they have to negotiate it with the 2 teams have to kind of sort it out between them. I'd rather have a green one. Finding a lot of 308. I don't think I'm going to bother with the Lapua. This is a nice little spot. Like, I guess if somebody was overwatching me already, they'd see me doing this. But if somebody just arrived now, I think I'd probably... Hamilton is washed. I don't think he is. George Russell's a good driver. He got substantially more points than George Russell last season. I don't think that's true. I'm not saying Hamilton's as good as Verstappen, but He's still one of the most competitive drivers for speed on the grid. They are, Calvin, yeah. He didn't just get a few more points than Russell last season. He got a shitload more points from what I remember as well. I haven't studied the driver standings, but he was like close to third, wasn't he? If he wasn't third. And it's not, he finished third in the driver's race, but his car was worse than many other cars, I think. Well, certainly his car was worse than both Ferrari and Red Bull, I think, across the whole season, you know, I think. Russell is one bad season away from losing his Merc spot. This is my point, like, coming back to Lando. I don't think, like, Hamilton is getting on a bit, and George Russell is not exactly competing with Hamilton brilliantly well. Maybe in qualifying he did okay the season before, but I think he outpointed him the season before just as well. But nonetheless, I don't think George Russell has done anything to make him look like he's going to be a world champion. Chronicle, he may well have had a couple of did not finishes, but across nearly all the races where they did finish, Hamilton still finished the race ahead of him. You know, I don't think it's not like he was unlucky. He was normally outpointed in most races. So there isn't any bad luck that can excuse the difference, in my opinion. Didn't you just put out a YouTube video called 2024 Roadmap? We're going to go and watch that in a minute. I'll cut this deer up, and I'm going to run to where the summer... Sorry, not the summer camp. I'm going to run to where the convoy might be. We'll check the convoy spawn, and then after that, we'll have a look. I want to check that out. Explain the Hamilton move in football terms. It's like an aging player who's still the best player in the team, but everyone's expecting him not to be. Moving from a team that used to win the league, like Man United. Sorry, Man U fans. But they used to be really, really good, but now they're not quite in the race anymore. And he's been the best player at Man U. And he's leaving Man United to go to Liverpool. Sorry, Man United fans. Who aren't as good as the league winners like Man City, but they're the team, or Arsenal. They're the team that have likely got the best chance or the most likely pedigree to give a decent shot at a title race. That's about the size of it. But the most comparable team, really, not in terms of history, but in terms of used to win it loads but don't win it anymore, Mercedes, maybe that would probably be Man U. The Bohemia video isn't for DayZ. Well, we could still have a look. I presume it's for Armour Reforger then, is it? Hamilton and Russell were split in qualifying 11-11, but many of the times that Russell finished ahead of him in qualifying, he finished behind him in the race. You know, like, that's the truth, isn't it? You know, that happened loads. You can't really explain it in football terms. I just did. I think that worked a treat. It's like when Wanda turned evil despite being one of the most powerful Avengers on a team that had lost players and wasn't as strong. What an excellent choice that was for the writers. Fuck me dead. I really didn't like One Division. I know that's maybe not too... A lot of people did, but I didn't. I thought it was dog shit. Where do Bohemia even have a YouTube channel? It's a shame, yeah, I didn't really realise, but if it's Bohemia it may not be too interesting, but it could have some stuff about Reforger and whatnot. It might have some information about Armour 4, so we may as well... If it's not more than about 10 minutes long, we'll have a quick watch. If it's some really... It won't be, it'll be a 2 or 3 minute video, I'd have thought. Just about silica. What is silica? Is it just a map for Armour Reforger or something? If it's that, then I'm not going to watch it. It's a strategy game. Oh, we're not going to do that just yet then. Yeah, I remember seeing a bit about their real-time strategy game before. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about that then. Fuck that. If it's not Armour or DayZ related. I suspect we're going to see the DayZ roadmap this month though, so we might see that soon. Have you seen the Fury vs Usyk trailer? It's a bloody movie trailer. It's a movie that doesn't make any sense though, blimey. It's 3 different movies all mashed to one, but yeah, I have seen the trailer, yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of those trailers. The one they did for the Joshua fight made no fucking sense, and the Wilder fight. They've just got too much money and no taste, is my opinion right now. I really like what they're doing in many ways, in that their money is making the fights happen that haven't been happening.
I haven't got tired of. Try to watch every day still. Lol.
And that I like, you know. I like the fact that the Saudi Arabian money is getting fights on, like the Fury Usyk fight, that weren't happening otherwise. So for that, I'm very grateful. But the way that they're doing it with the sort of almost like a half-time show before the fight sometimes, and these trailers, that they don't feel great. I think they're shit. It's more about trying to... It doesn't feel like they're trying to advertise the boxing. It feels like they're trying to advertise themselves with almost everything they do.
Came through.
I think that's the case. They don't. It's not really about the boxing. It's about advertising how much they can make everything slick, and that is the point of sports watching. I know, but it's too blatant and it's a turn off. That's my point. Even though it is sports washing, I'm still glad that the fight's on and I'm going to watch it. I'm not. That doesn't make me hypocritical. I understand it's sports washing, but I want to watch the boxing. You know, I want to see Fury versus Usyk. You know, I want to see it. But if you understand it's sports washing, it's not like I'm desperately booking a holiday right now. You know, that's the point. Photos. I think my last message didn't come through. What did I miss in an hour? Did you start again? Photos. I died really near the beginning. I hadn't seen it yet, dude, because it was 5 minutes ago, and I've been waxing lyrical and reading the chat to catch up on the thingy, whether I should dip out. But I died with the Org character ages ago, and I've ran back and got some drop loot that I'd had, so we're getting some more loot together. But yeah, I died to some crazily good dude about 2 hours ago. Photos, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Just like on Twitch. Twitch is the same level, but anything below $3, or in your case €3, won't make Robot Lady read it out. So I'll still see it, I'll still read it at some point, but it won't be Robot Ladied. I set it to $3. It's just whatever figure it is the figure it is. But the reason for that is, let's say it was $1, people could pay, instead of tipping $5, they could use 5 super chats and make them really spammy and try to spoil the stream. And at $1 a time, it wouldn't be very expensive. So it's set to $3 just to stop Robot Lady spam, or at least try to. That makes sense. Cheers for the support, folks. Thank you. No worries, Photos, dude. Boxing just doesn't get me hyped like the 1980s and those Tyson days. It does me, for the right fight. I'm really excited for the Fury fight. I really am. I'm quite a big Fury fan, and I like him. I know he has his moments, and he clearly has. He's a bit on edge, and I think sometimes he says things that he believes in the moment that he doesn't really believe in the long term. You know, I think he is a bit. I think he engages his mouth, and sometimes his brain isn't engaged for a month or two later. You know, but I like Fury. I think he's a fairly down-to-earth dude. And I do genuinely believe he's an all-time great, and I think he'll prove to be in the long run if he's properly fit. Boxing used to be mostly a sport, now it's mostly entertainment show. Tell that to Don King, dude. He may have done a lot of things wrong, but it certainly wasn't just all about the sport when he was around. I think it's always had a lot of razzmatazz and show. I don't think it's changed too much. Like the Rumble in the Jungle, you know, like there's always been a show to boxing. It's always had that. I definitely put the... unless the sun's coming up, it barely feels like we had a night. I guess that's the sun coming up, is it? I was just going to say, I definitely feel like I put the gamma on early, but I think the night time's about to be over. At least this is a deer. It's much better quality meat than the shit that we've been eating so far. Yeah, he certainly did it. I think I can't remember the exact rumours, but he certainly meant to have fleeced Mike Tyson out of a lot more of his own money than he should have, Don King. But I can't remember the exact story. But he certainly was put himself. He was very much a 3 for me and 1 for you kind of promoter, I think. Allegedly. Pekka Ellie, thank you for the bits. I might have missed your one. Thank you. There they are. People like John Fury acting up for the cameras that taint boxing currently. Leave it to the boxers. John Fury does say some stupid shit, but I don't think it makes any difference, really. I don't think it makes any difference. There's always been such stupid shit. There is that element of it. Someone used this comparison. It's a bit less than WWE, and I don't believe it's rigged. Certainly not the championship fights. That Nagano fight felt a touch rigged, but nonetheless, it's always had that little bit of showmanship. It's just bollocks before a fight. Everyone's talking about how amazing Mike Tyson is, and it's not been the same since Mike Tyson. He was talking about fucking eating kids and stuff, from what I remember. You know, John Fury doesn't say anything as bad as Mike Tyson did. He was talking all sorts of awful stuff about wanting to see people bleed and using a R word that's not very long and pretty bad, you know. Let's be honest, Mike Tyson, the living legend, said some fucking stupid shit when he was around that everyone seems to have forgotten now. But John Fury's the problem, you know. It's always been the case for boxing. But they've always done it. David Hay, for example, is a fairly balanced, normal dude for the most part. That may be a bit untrue, but whenever he's on the telly, he's fairly well-spoken. He's fairly, like, normal. But he said some crazy shit to try and make fights happen and stoke a shit. They all do it. And that's the problem. Tyson probably meant it. You know? Like you say, at the time he probably meant it. I think it's cool seeing him when you see him now. He's a lot more retrospective and a lot more like wise with the years, I suppose. Actually, let's keep these in here. Just till they cool down. Suppose I ought to wait for the plus symbol while we're here. Well, that's what I'm saying, Angry Hell. What my point is exactly that boxing's always had an element of that, you know, like suggesting it's only now is denying the history that's already been. Holyfield was never better than Tyson. Well, he was better than him in that fight, dude. I'm sorry to say. To say Holyfield was never better than Tyson, he was better than Tyson in that fight on that day. So he definitely was better than Tyson at some point. Tyson at his best was better than Holyfield, but Tyson, when he fought Holyfield, was not as good as Holyfield, you know that? To suggest he was never better when he actually beat him always up to the point where he was desperate and biting ears is kind of a bit naive, isn't it? Yeah, he bit the ear off because he knew he wasn't able to compete. Pretty obvious. That doesn't mean that Tyson, I nearly said Fury because of Tyson Fury, but Mike Tyson in the history of boxing was a better boxer than Evander Holyfield, but on that day, at that point in their career, Holyfield was better. Holyfield certainly aged better. Tyson dropped off a cliff. Alright, so now it's night time. So I did turn the camera on a little early. Holyfield was going in with his head a little bit, but that doesn't mean he wasn't winning the fight, though. And that's not the reason he was winning the fight either, as far as I remember. I haven't seen it since almost when it happened, but I think any vague person that's ever seen a boxing match would not say there was any which way you could give Tyson the advantage in that fight. He was losing it. That's good. I am probably carrying a touch much. Am I going to stop? No. Lennox Lewis was amazing. I'd forgotten a little bit about Lewis versus Klitschko. Lennox Lewis deserved to win that last fight. He absolutely mullered him, but Lennox Lewis was not at his best, and I think Lennox Lewis retired at exactly the right time, because if they'd have had another fight 6 months later, you have to think that Klitschko might have beat him. And that was more because of where Lewis was in his career. I think Lennox Lewis is truly an all-time great boxer, so I'm not saying Klitschko would have beat him if they were both in their prime, but Lennox Lewis wasn't in his prime. I'm not planning on watching any more Brave Toaster because it's about a game that's nothing to do with Armour or DayZ. It's a Bohemia roadmap, and it's about, was it Silica? It's about a RTS game, strategy game that they have. It's not really anything that I'm too concerned with. Well, Kazegi wasn't a heavyweight, Fox, but top 3 boxers I'd kind of agree with. I'm going to go to the castle. I don't need any more 308 and I don't need a rifle, but I would really like a hunting scope. Slewfooter got you all worked up, eh? Blimey. Yeah, George Foreman did do well in his 40s. You know, he fought still some decent fighters. I've not seen enough of Lomachenko, Derry Lash. I've got to be honest, I'm a fair weather boxing fan for the most part. I usually watch if there's an ability. Like I'd watch Lomachenko now if he was on DayZ or something, because I've got DayZ, so I watch the odd fight, whoever's in it, if I can. But mostly in the last number of years, I've mostly watched if there's a British fighter in a fairly big fight, and I have the ability to watch it. So I don't have Sky Sports. Up until recently, I haven't had DayZ, which is the boxing channel, obviously. So I haven't really been able to watch much of it, but now I can at least watch DayZ, so I can kind of tune in a bit more. But if I've been watching, it's normally been somebody like Tyson Fury or Anthony Joshua. I've seen 2 fights live. I saw David Haye fight. Why do I always forget his name? He's so much a better boxer than David Haye, certainly at heavyweight anyway. David Haye's last fight against the Scouse dude, whose name I forget nearly on a daily basis. I see his face, I just can never remember his name. Tony Bellew, thank you. That happens nearly every stream. One day I'll remember his bastard name. Tony Bellew was amazing against David Haye on that day. But anyway, I've seen that day. I've seen that card. Joe Joyce was on the undercard of that as well, so I've seen him that day too. And I've also seen Tyson Fury versus Dillian White at Wembley. So I've been to a few fights. I like boxing, but usually only I've seen it mostly where there's been a big fight with a British dude in it. He's a forgettable blue nose. Tony Bellend, I don't know what he said. That I thought he did alright. My missus watched a little bit of The Jungle, so I heard him a little bit. I thought he was alright on that. I thought he was fairly down to earth. He coped with the dude that won it, the young dude that won it, that was like fucking Tigger. I think he won it. He coped with him pretty well because he was like an absolute like ball of mayhem, and he kind of seemed to do alright. Good essay, I haven't, no. I'm no good with it with boxing in terms of names and stuff. As you've just heard, I can't even remember Tony Bellew's name. Harry Carey, thank you. Cheers for tuning in. Thanks for checking out the vids. Gnarly Hog, thank you for the 5 months. SZ Nens, thank you for the 14 months. I haven't really watched enough of DAZN actually. I don't know if I'm gonna. I subscribed for a year because Joshua was fighting, and then he fought twice, I think, and then he was fighting Usyk. That then went pay-per-view, and that really like he'd signed for a 5-fight deal with DAZN, and then obviously the fights got good, so they went pay-per-view like they always do. And then I've seen the odd one since. I watched Tank versus whoever. And I've seen a few. The first Katie Taylor fight, I saw that, the one that she lost. And I've seen the odd fight here and there, but I've probably watched about 10 hours for my money. I don't think it's worth it. How much is that a year? I think it's about £90, £80, £90, something like that. But the problem is, all of the very best fights aren't free. So, of course, You get boxing, but then the really best fights, they're always fucking pay-per-view anyway. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to put my eye drops in. Well, it's the way it is on all platforms, Jambon. You pay for Sky Sports for all the sports, but then they still put the boxing on pay-per-view. Unless you have a pirated Fire Stick. I don't really do that, dude. It comes up every time. We were just talking briefly about sports washing, and like I understand what it is and that it's happening. But I enjoy watching the boxing, and I'm glad that Usyk versus Fury is coming on. I don't think that's hypocritical. I think it's just being aware but wanting to see the boxing. But there's an element of me that as a streamer and a YouTuber that's putting myself out there on the internet and kind of hoping that people don't just solely watch with ad blocker and whatnot, there's part of me that feels that if I were there to then get some kind of like cracked Fire Stick and watch a load of content for free, that would be somewhat hypocritical. There's other elements as well. I kind of prefer not to do shit that's necessarily wrong, but as a content douche trying to do it for a living, it's a little bit different in that streamers can be earning, not me, but streamers can be earning way less than minimum wage, and it's a different thing altogether. But like at the level we're talking at with multi-millionaire boxers and crazily rich fucking promoters and stuff, I think they can afford to miss the odd person that's watching it on cracked stuff, but nonetheless, I still can't really bring myself to do it. Will I achieve this year 500k subscribers? Definitely, Martins. I think I'm on about 478 now. My sub growth at the moment is relatively slow, but I'm still going up like 6,000 subs a month, so at that rate, to do 22,000 subs, it's going to take me about 4 months. 3.5 months, so I should hit 500,000 subscribers by May-ish, June. It depends though, you know. It depends whether I have a YouTube video that absolutely flies. Sometimes you get one that hits the algorithm and goes crazily well. And then you generate way more subs way more quickly. It's just whether you get that. Of course there is worse player, but the reality is there isn't a difference in many people's minds. I completely agree. I guess I'm not... I'm historically working class, but in terms of financials now, I'm not. Like, my mum was a nurse, my dad was retired, we had fuck all money when I was a kid, and I spent 20 years working in retail. I was working class until I started being a streamer, but I guess never really considered class, really. I don't feel middle class or upper class or anything now, you know, but I am financially fairly stable now compared to where I was at before. So in other words, I can definitely afford Sky Sports if I want it, so getting it hacked would feel a bit wrong too. Do you think you make more of non-sub viewers watching ads? Shady Pie, there's just no way that can be true, dude. Ad revenue is really substantial, but it's per 1,000 views that it becomes substantial, you know? Like, if somebody's subbing on YouTube at £4 or on Twitch at $4 or $5 or whatever it might be, over the course of a month, that's way more than one individual person's ad revenue could be, you know? But ad revenue is significant, but it needs thousands of people. A stab vest in the garbage pile, nobody will find it. You're right. Then we can maybe come for it later. The more money you got, the more you spend. Maybe. I've got like a... This is not a flex, but I've got a more expensive car, but I'm leasing it on the business, and I've done it solely to try and like bring my tax bill. I like to make it tax efficient as such, but I've not done that. I think because streaming is so uncertain, I've not really been spending more money, you know. And I think there are quite a lot of streamers. I think Asmongold is a good example of that, but not everyone's like it. Some people really extend, and you see pictures on their Twitter of their house that looks like a mansion and fucking crazy expensive this, that and the other and whatnot. But I still live in a terraced house on a road that's not very expensive. And I haven't moved to a big house with a big mortgage, and I haven't bought a shitload of stuff, and I still wear the same shit clothes, and I still do the same stuff. But yeah, you're right. As your wage go up, you often end up with much more bills, and then you end up in a bigger car in a bigger house, but no better off. But I haven't done that. Can't take money with you at the end, Bob. But yeah, over debting or getting yourself in too much debt is being not. I'm not afraid to buy things where I see value, but I don't see value in a lot of things. You know. I need a car that's decent enough to go and get the kids and take me and the missus and the dog to places and the kids when they're here and whatnot, but I don't need a fucking sports car. I don't need a Porsche or whatever. It wouldn't really make me any happier, you know. A terrace home is like a row of houses that are all attached to each other. My watches are my sports car. Well, yeah. If I was buying watches, then yes, it's an expense, but it's slightly different to me, at least, because they're not a depreciating asset, really. I'm not suggesting they're an investment, but chances are you can sell it a year down the line and you ain't really done your dough. Most cars are redline. There aren't many new cars that aren't depreciating. And also, of course, watches have a few extra expenses, but cars, by and large, require a lot more servicing, a lot more expensive insurance. They need a lot more other things, like you don't need to replace tyres and such like. But classic cars are still a massive cost in many ways. Unless you're incredibly lucky, then you're not making shitloads of money. And a classic car, what good is that to me? You know, like I'm not going to go and pick the kids up in some old fucking BMW 6 Series or something. It'd be stupid. Mat seats, I'm aware of that, but that's still... my watch collection, whatever it may be, whether it's one watch or 3 watches or 10 watches, is worth more now than it was when I paid for it, dude, because I'm very selective in what I buy. There's nothing wrong with a 6 Series. I'm talking about a 6 Series from like the 1980s, Pete. Like a classic car. We were talking about classic cars. But I don't think they compare very well, Redline. If you're going to have a classic car, that's a second car. It's not your only car. And it's a luxury, not a functional tool. The reason I picked the BMW 6 Series is that the old one, I really liked it. But nonetheless, in that scenario, yeah, it's like... It would be like a store of value in some ways. And the watch market has come down a bit in the last couple of years, but it's a bit or it's a bit smoke and mirrors to say it's not as much as it used to be, in that it was artificially high for a couple of years and it's come back to the level it was 2 years ago. It's still high, it's just not stupid. That's all. Canned Reaper, thank you very much for the support, dude. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Cheers for the gifted subs. Chronic Physics, thank you for the 3 months. Gnarly, thank you very much too.
A whole year. A new badge. Watches. Football. Arguing with backseat gamers.
Be Maxful. That never happens. No, none of that ever happens, and you damn well know it. Reckless, I think it will level out ultimately. Yeah, I don't think it can't continue to drop. It's not possible. At some point, it will level out. It might go down a touch more, but like Redline's talking about classic cars. I don't study the market, but the second-hand car market has come down massively, just the same as classic cars have. Sorry, just the same as watches have. Because most of those purchases are non-essential luxury items. You know, if you're buying a classic car or a fancy watch, you definitely don't need to, do you? Unless you're a watch dealer or a car dealer. But those are the purchases that people aren't making because of the mortgage rate going up, the interest rate going up. Everything's more expensive. The cost of living's gone up. Even if you've got two people earning good money, if you're living in your own house, times are much harder now. So until there's some headwinds that appear better, like inflation is properly under control, and I've changed direction, by the way, but I've done it on purpose. Inflation's under control, but more importantly, interest rates start to appear like they're coming down. Once there's a bit more confidence in the market, it'll start leveling off and maybe gradually inching up like it used to. Trudge, dude, good luck with it. I hope it goes very well. There are some good deals out there right now. If you're after, like, if you're the kind of person that was after a fancy car, I'm not. But if you were, there are good deals out there now that weren't there a year ago. But whether they look to be good or not in another year, who knows? What about Gravy's butt plug collection? It depends where he's been putting them. What's in my wallet? Not much. Mostly, if there's any cash in my wallet, it's there's a couple of pictures in my wallet, and mostly cards I don't use, and then a few quid for takeaways, and that's about it. The only watches that don't depreciate are high-end, already expensive as fuck. JC Joker... yeah, we're talking about more expensive watches, I suppose, but if you bought an Omega Moonwatch in 2018... Like, I bought an Omega Moonwatch in 2019, second-hand, for £2,700. I sold it 3 months later for £3,200 because I bought it under value. I bought it from a pawn shop with box and papers, and it had never been worn. I bought it in a pawn shop for 2,600 and a bit, actually. But you could buy that watch second hand for about £3,000 at the time. You could buy it brand new for about 3,300 roughly. If you wanted to sell that now, and it's 4 years later, 5 years later, you'd sell it for £4,500. You know. So it hasn't gone down. Now, it's not necessarily beating inflation, but that's maybe an overly exaggerated example. But even in 5 years, you could have not lost money on an Amiga, and they're not like crazily top end. PAWN Buck. But nonetheless, that's not... there's no guarantee with these things, but in no way am I suggesting people should spend all their spare money on watches. That would be stupid. Put it in the S&P 500 or something, maybe, or however you feel you should invest it. Patrick Stewart, thank you very much for the subbing. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Or just buy gold. Well, gold isn't much fun, is it? Like if you bought that Amiga and you really enjoyed it, you could wear it for 5 years and then sell it and still do okay. Whereas if you bought gold, you'd have to stick it in a safe and do nothing with it. It's a bit boring, isn't it? And also, certainly in the last year, it hasn't gone up. You know, it's over 10 years it's done okay, but there's been times where it hasn't, you know. I wouldn't personally be buying gold as an investment. I'd be buying it as a hedge against bad times. But I don't do that either. There's a saying that I never heard before, but I met a pawnbroker at some fucking dinner thing last year. PAWN once again. He wasn't a broker for PORN. And he said this saying, which is a common saying, but but gold is basically that whenever you buy it, Like 1 ounce of gold will buy you a really nice tailored suit, hopefully. And then if you sell it in 30 or 40 years, what you sell it for will probably buy you a really nice tailored suit. Which is kind of the thing. It kind of just sort of tracks inflation, kind of. A really nice birthday suit. I don't think gold is for saving against inflation, Persian. I don't think it is. Like, I think in the last year, gold hasn't gone up at all. It's not beat inflation, dude. It really hasn't. It might do over time, but I don't think it does. I think it'll probably just about stick with inflation, roughly. Chances are. Where am I heading? I'm going to try Cresta, try and get some bullets for the FAMAS. Gold has gone up 107% in 10 years, but only 7% in 20 years. Huh? Yakati is using a foot pedal, is he? No, I wouldn't want to keep my feet. I guess you can move your feet still. Well, tailored suits aren't cheap, Hushbang. Yeah, off the peg is one thing, but something that's made to measure is not normally very cheap. B. Hassel. Jax, Askfielberger, thank you for the resubs. Boomstick, thank you for the new sub. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Vapor Reaper, SZ Nens, the resubs before that. I only invest in Bumcoin. Bumcoin to the moon.
How did you get the dad jokes to stop? Haven't heard any in a while.
Oh, well, that's not going to fucking help, is it? That really isn't going to help, is it? Let's be honest. You just fucked it up. Paul Newman bought his Rolex for $5,500 and sold it for $17.8 million. That's not true, Wayne. He was dead when it sold. He didn't sell it, so it doesn't matter. And I don't think he bought that. I think his missus bought it for him. But that's not how it will work now, I'm sorry to say. So if you buy yourself a Daytona today, unless you happen to be Paul Newman, don't expect it to go up in value, you know. Like, there is an element of it having that value because it was Paul Newman's and it was a big deal. But that Daytona, sorry, boring talk, I know, but anyway, that Daytona was not very popular at the time and hardly anyone bought them. And Rolex were a very different company then than they are now, so there aren't very many of them. There's like hardly any of those. It's a really rare watch. If you buy a Daytona now, they're probably making 20,000 a year. You know, it's not rare. When you come to sell it in 40 or 50 years, it won't be one of a handful. It'll be one of fucking hundreds of thousands. You know, there's no way that it's going to be the same. You know, so it's just not the same thing. You can't make that comparison to now. You know, the BP. No, the server's not low pot. JC Joker, well, thanks for chatting away. Zorinto, yeah, it has been quieter, but then I've kind of been looting in a bit of a weird way. I guess the route we took to get back to the loot that I'd hidden, we were only really like to bump into people at West Evac. Sorry, not West Evac, at Mishkino Tents. The next place we're likely to bump into people is where we're about to be. Hyper Pro, well, yeah, mind how you go with the driving. Thank you. I don't think there's anybody there. There's no zombies. If we wait not long at all, we'll start seeing zombies popping in. So today is pork with a little bit of salad and apple bitters. And there we see it. So we've just caused them to spawn in. Nom nom nom. Quick check. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm gonna wait a minute. I've got food to eat. And I know I caused the zombies to spawn in, but I've been here a few times. Or I've caused the zombies to spawn. Yet I've still seen players appear. Matt Shaw, don't you get bored of just keep running? Well, the clue's in the name, dude. I don't really want to play Rust, dude. It's not my style of game. Not enough running. Too much fun. I don't really like the more base buildery style games like Rust or even Ark or Reign of Kings or all of those types of games. They're all very much heavily... I know there'll be some servers that change the gameplay some, but as a rule the games are all very much meted towards big groups who build fuck-off bases and then no-life the shit out of the game. It's not enough that you play all the time. You have to have like 10 buddies that all play all the time too, and then you get to be champions of the world. VSS. Typical. I wasted my repair ready. Yes, please. Head to be. It's different strokes for different folks. If you've got a group of mates and you all really enjoy Rust, I completely get it. Rust is a more popular game than DayZ. It's just not the game I like, is all. Popularity doesn't make it better, though. It's not a popularity contest, is it? If it was, we'd all be playing League of Legends or Fortnite. Die already. That was a bit funky. I was kind of hoping we would find, I think somebody's been here fairly recently. But yeah, I was hoping we'd find M4 rounds, MS rounds in the case, but we ain't finding any. Fake white clothing. Dennis, the white clothing is shit on this. I'm sorry to say. I think it's dumb. The only thing that's white is the ground, and every time you go crouched in a tree, you're in bright white clothes in a really dark tree. It makes no sense. Mostly if I'm overwatching, I'm like this, where if you're wearing white helmet, white clothes, what's the point in that? You just get noticed. If you could choose any map to be full of players that isn't right now that you could play, what would it be? Question. Melkart or Banov, I think. Do you think Rashford start versus Wolves after his debacle in Dublin? No. I'm not sure he's been playing that great anyway, but I think he should probably sit out for a couple of weeks. Yeah, but I don't know. I think, as much as I'm very much a non-Ten Hag lover, if the manager's got a better grip of the team and the team is doing better and he's got the authority over his own players, shit like that doesn't happen. When was the last time Guardiola had that happen? Or Pep, sorry, or Jurgen or whoever, you know. I may be being harsh, but I think to be fair, you do get it sometimes with certain players. It's happened over the years a bit, but Pep dropped Haaland for getting a speeding ticket. I didn't know that. Holy shit. To be fair, I think Pep Guardiola's had to deal with Jack Grealish a little bit. But Grealish is a known party animal. So like you know he's a bit that way. That doesn't make it okay. But Rashford isn't. At least he never seems to have been. Will I be watching the Six Nations? No, I doubt it. The Six Nations, this is not entirely fair because it's a lot more of a big deal than, but the Six Nations to me probably sits about on the same level as test matches that aren't the Ashes, you know, like, it's every year. It's not like a Rugby World Cup or something, which I do kind of want to see. I'd love to see England win and what, but there's one every year, and there's been periods where England have been dominant, and normally as a rule, there's one or two teams that are pretty dominant, and everyone else is not so much. Lately, it's been a bit different because France, Wales, and Ireland have all been pretty good, but normally it's a bit dull. To me. Ducky, thank you for the frying. Blumps, thank you for the resub. Smoking Bowls, thank you for the resub. Rusty, you're right, it has been a while since I've done a gas zone run. I'm too far into the map and I'm too extended, it's not really worth it now. But I've picked up the stuff to do it a few times. Like, on Chernarus, I've been one item away and then got killed. I remember being in Berezino a week or two back and having one item missed. And I'd spawned in Berezino, and when I left Berezino, I only needed one thing, and then I didn't find it before I died. What do I think of Eddie Howe as manager? I think he's doing a solid job. I think he overachieved last season. I think he's doing a good job. Cheers for the support, Duck. Nathan, I'm using OBS with a with like a widget that you download. I think it's pretty clear that Green Day needed to work on its defence, Darkvet, so yeah, that's probably a good move. Deadline day seems incredibly quiet, doesn't it? Nothing's happening at all. And all of the stuff they're rumouring all just seems completely made up, like Conor Gallagher to Spurs, you know, like they've got nothing, there's nothing. Liverpool clearly aren't going to spend any money, because if they were, they'll save it for the new manager now, won't they? On, yeah, people were talking about it a little bit earlier and it seemed like it was. Vicky Bugger, because of financial fair play, Newcastle can only sign YTS players. Boomstick, yeah, I'm not surprised. All the talk of Mbappe to Liverpool is all absolute bullshit in the media. It was never going to happen. January transfer window is pointless now as no... Tom, it's been good in the past. It's been bad this year. But everyone's properly concerned about financial fair play. I think United spent big. A lot of clubs spent big in the summer, like Chelsea and United, and a lot of them spent their money, and they can't spend more now because they're gonna. They know they can't. They'll end up like Everton or someone getting docked points. You know, they just can't do it. Cosmo, I don't know a great deal about Yeovil Town. I obviously don't mean Man City 84, everyone else that's trying to stick to the rules. Yeah, Liverpool have signed some really big players in the January transfer window in recent seasons. Like, the most recent one that springs to mind is Diaz, but in the last 10 years they've signed Suarez in the January transfer window. I think Philip Coutinho was a January transfer window signing, you know. There has been some big signings for Liverpool, like sorry guys, I was eating me pork pitta and I hit a bone. Right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Mike is back now. Ducky, thank you very much for the support. You might not like him, Jimmy, but Suarez is a properly world-class, or was a properly world-class striker. Even after he was let go by Barcelona, he then went to Atletico Madrid and was fucking amazing. You know, like won the league with Atletico Madrid, scored a lot of goals. He was in that team at Barcelona and was holding his own and scoring enough goals when competing with the likes of Messi and Neymar and whatnot. Suarez was not out of place. He is truly... He's a complete arse in so many ways. And he's done some pretty terrible things with his teeth, you know, but it doesn't mean he's not an amazing player. To eat a lot today. I think Suarez over Torres makes more sense, you know. Torres has won World Cups, but Suarez... Sorry, yeah, Torres has won World Cups, hasn't he? But Suarez was better for longer. And also, in his later career, was still amazing. He's had to change his game a little bit, but Torres, when he went from Liverpool to Chelsea, just completely fell off a cliff. Redline, yeah, a few people have shared it, dude. It's pretty exciting stuff. We should check. Torres is built like a bodybuilder, is he? Blimey. Right, well, I don't know what's going on here. We must be over the zombie cap again, because there should be zombies here. I'm the Batman. I'm not surprised. There was talk about Hamilton trying to go to Red Bull, and that was pie in the sky. But I genuinely feel like it felt like he was looking for a shift in teams, and I'm not surprised. I think it's kind of cool. I hope it goes well. I'd love to see him win a world title at Ferrari. That would really cement him as an all-time great. I doubt he will, but you just never know. Byline, I'm well aware of that, although I'm not sure it's the case, really. you say Hamilton and Red Bull wouldn't work. Red Bull have over the years have had 2 #1 drivers and let them compete. More than most other teams, they've handled it better than others. Now, you could take the view that you just wouldn't be able to compete with Verstappen, and that may well be true, but like going back with Vettel and Mark Webber and whatnot, they've had drivers that could quite happily compete against each other and just let them do it until it made no sense to do it anymore. It's happened in the past at times. Usually, as the season goes on, there ends up being a #1 driver, but there isn't always. You know, they've definitely started the season not that way. Like McLaren did it quite a bit over the years. You know, there's been teams in the past with Prost and Senna in the same team. You know, anything's possible.
I forgot I had this. Thought you deserved it. Cheers.
They always favoured Vettel. I don't think it was quite the same as, say, Schumacher and Eddie Irvine, let's say. I don't think they had an out-and-out #1 in the same way. Extremely quiet today. It's a weird thing, this, but this same server on Tuesday was absolutely hectically busy. The whole stream was like heaving, crazy busy. And yet today so far has been quiet, and it's still the same server pop now as it was then, full. Hamilton activated a release clause, blimey. Suppress, your last video on YouTube was the best you've made, in my opinion. Thank you. I hope it gets views accordingly, you know. It's doing alright, the views are going okay so far, like not too bad. Rashford starts, interesting. Yet more evidence of Ten Hag being spineless in my view. Sorry. I just don't rate him, I'm sorry to say. I can't help it, but it's just an opinion, okay? But I think he's fucking useless. NTK, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the 4 months. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel. I quite like Carlos Sainz. I've stopped watching Drive to Survive. I've seen maybe 2 seasons of it, I think. And I quite like Carlos Sainz. He came across really quite well. Rashford respects the manager and the fans. He respects them so much that he goes out on the piss and calls in sick the next day. That's too far. It really sucks, but it's too far to make it worthwhile. I'm so sorry for being a Ferrari fan right now. Why? You said if he does. Millsy, the thing that struck me, I can't remember what exactly he said, but he came out the other day and said it's not his job. It's not his job to... what did he say about it? He seemed really weird. I can't remember the exact quote, but he said it's not his job to deal with, or it's not his job to sort it out or something. I don't like Hamilton. Well, you might like him if he starts winning races in your car, dude. A lot of people didn't like Michael Schumacher. Like, when he was at Benetton, a lot of people didn't like him. There would have been Ferrari drivers excited, as Ferrari fans, but excited but maybe didn't like him. But once he's in your team and he was winning races, you probably... everyone did like him, you know. It's some of the things that comes out of his mouth are a little bit tedious, to be fair.
The worst thing about United
say the same about
is
me.
they have no style of play at all, and I'm a United fan saying that.
Jamie, thank you for using your Forgotten Prime as well, dude. Thank you. Trouble with pork is it's really fibrous, right? So I've just had that pork, it was lovely, but it's really fibrous pork, and now I've got like little bits of fucking fibres of pork stuck in my tooth. Did Alonso go anywhere? No, don't think so. Floss after pork is almost a requirement. I agree. Obviously, I can't do it right now, but I agree. So I'm only here looking for a hunting scope. I've got a Pillad scope, which is a bit shit. So I'm looking for a hunting scope. I wish I'd kind of gone towards those shots, but when the shots are that far away, my experience is that you run towards them. Let's say they were at West Evac. I'm not convinced they were, but if they're at Tricresta and the shots are about 2 kilometres away, it takes you, I don't know, 7-8 minutes to get to where the shots were, and by the time you get there, they're gone. They're obviously gone, because it doesn't take that long to be there, you know? Unless it's shots at somewhere quite big, where you'll be for a while, you're running for nothing. It's a pistol scope, not the one we need. Is this the location of your last death? Nope. Hamilton in red wasn't on my bingo card. I'm quite excited to see it. I do think Hamilton can be a little bit bland in some ways, but he's been an amazing driver, and I've kind of been happy to see him win the races he's won. And I do think he was robbed of that title. The Verstappen's first one was an absolute disgrace, and Hamilton got one title that he was really lucky with, and he lost that one, and it was not fair. It was really not right. But anyway. I'd love to see him have a chance to win another title. I think he's too late now, but... The Gorky bars are in me! Yeah, we'll see. This KS would be okay as a secondary, wouldn't it? Why am I still dark blue and losing health? It's winter Chernarus, dude, and it's cold. We're in the coldest part of the... Excuse me. We're in the coldest part of the map, pretty much. It's called a motor race. That wasn't a motor race. That was a restart that was rigged in a way, like letting the cars go to bring them out. That wasn't in the rules at all. It was a rigged motor race, not a motor race, dude. That's horse shit. If it had been the other way round and it had cost Max, you'd be saying exactly the same, and you fucking know it. It didn't go car racing. The safety car bridged the gap, and then they let the cars between Hamilton and Verstappen go past, but no others. It was horse shit. That wasn't a motor race. It was a constructed motor race, made by the people in the race, well, the race directors making it happen. Even afterwards, the next season, they admitted they got it all wrong. I think that's fair, actually, Pinko. So I think over the whole season, Max was a better driver, but that race was a joke, and that's the only thing that decided the title. Hamilton was still in it, you know. I've got 2 heat packs, and I'm dark blue, losing health, and I'm not using the heat packs. That doesn't make a lot of sense, really, does it? And this explains the value of heat packs, no end. I've used 2 heat packs, I'm still fucking freezing my nuts off. Great. Opposition, yeah, it's all been announced, it's been confirmed. Mercedes have announced he's leaving. Average Doe, I didn't say it was rigged. I don't think sports are rigged, but in that scenario, I think they made a terrible decision. And sometimes decisions are made where they favour one than the other, and there might be some unconscious bias involved, you know, like, that may well be the case. I don't think it was rigged. I don't think it was pre-planned, preordained and rigged. I don't think that at all. But bias can creep in, it really can. Just like how in football, sometimes there are more penalties given to the home team, as an example, you know. If a foul happens at Liverpool's ground, at Anfield, and it's a bit 50-50, the refs may be more likely to give it than if the same foul happens to a Liverpool player, but it's at Man U's ground, you know. It's just a fact. There's like an unconscious bias goes on, you know. Revel, I support Liverpool. Bowmania, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. Like the Virgil one last night? Yeah, possibly. What do I think of the current condition of Barcelona? I think they're in trouble, aren't they? They seem to be desperately hoping to get into some kind of new breakaway league to make more money, along with Real Madrid, but Real Madrid are either doing a better job of keeping it secret, or they're also skint too, but Real Madrid and Barcelona both seem very good at spending more money than they've got, don't they? So many sticks laying around, but you need to cut them down to make a fire. John, you used to be able to get sticks just from the ground in early DayZ. You did. You used to be able to look at the ground and then, like, search for sticks, and sometimes you'd get them and sometimes you wouldn't. You had to be in a forest, but you could do it. You didn't have to chop stuff down. I'd forgotten about that. You just reminded me. Little boy. I'll let Robot Lady do the delivery of that. I like that one. I've heard it before, but nonetheless, I still like that one. Thank you for the support, dude. Cheers for the super chat. This is about as promo as I ever get, but YouTube super chats were added today. Killy, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Peduin, thanks for coming in, dude. Tissy or Northwest Airfield? I'm not sure where I'm going to go from here. I don't really want to go to Tissy with a shotgun as my secondary, to be honest, so probably Northwest Airfield from here. I'm hoping we might find a convoy down the way. I think Ferrari are in trouble until they stop making stupid strat errors. Well, yeah, that's true.
I want to go peacefully like my grandfather did, in his sleep. Not yelling and screaming like the passengers in his car.
Thanks very much, little boy. And Fat Man, thank you very much. Cheers, Killy. Thank you as well. I heard Travis Kelce will join Liverpool next season, so we can be the Liverpool Swifts. We could do with the extra money. On that subject, right, there was, not Travis Kelce, there was a thing released today about the richest clubs in the Premier League and how much they made in 2020, season 22-23. Financial fair play makes it so hard for teams like Newcastle to catch up. If you, I can't quote the figures exactly, but just taking Liverpool as an example, they were about 7th in the world for football. Man City were in the top 5, as were Man United. I think Liverpool was 7th. I can't remember where the other teams were, but Real Madrid were top anyway. But nonetheless, Liverpool's yearly income was something like 660 odd million, and Newcastle's yearly income was 330. And you're only allowed to spend in football, according to the rules, like what you earn. So a team like Liverpool earns twice as much as Newcastle. They can spend way more in the transfer market. It doesn't matter how rich the owners of Newcastle are, they can't compete. I think Tottenham weren't a million miles behind Liverpool, about 630 million, and Liverpool was 660, but... Isn't the FAMAS more your secondary? Not when it's got no bullets, Connor. Not that Liverpool do spend a lot in the transfer market. Well, they don't spend crazy amounts, but a lot of their money, I think they can hide some of it. But they've been spending money on stands and such as well, haven't they? But I think they do all right. They've done okay in the transfer market, but they don't go crazy. They don't spend quite like United or Chelsea have been doing lately, for example. City in the past. Bilbo Ball Baggins, my favourite streamer, keep it up, bud. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate the kind words, man. Ucker, I don't stream Fridays or Saturdays normally. I'm not streaming tomorrow. It's my weekend with the kids, so tomorrow I've got to go and pick them up. I know, Marinus. I've not seen a single 556 today at all. Like, a single box. It's crazy. We've not had any PvP today, Substatica, other than I died. I died to some dude that was, like, off the scale good, but beyond that, no PvP today.
My favourite streamer. Keep it up, bud.
Thanks again, Bilbo, dude. Stick to the back teeth is an interesting idiom I haven't heard before. Yeah, it doesn't get used much, does it? It will do, Thug. Yeah, if you've got ammo in the pot and you've got a mag in your hands and you press and hold R, it will still reload, yeah. So many bullets for the shotgun. Way more shells than I need. J Grand, yeah, there is an event coming up on the mouse. It's going to be a monthly one with 30 solo players in it. Hosted by Chimney and some other peeps. I'm hoping to be in it. I don't know for sure I'm in it yet, but I might know on Discord when I got off the stream. The special, I don't believe it is, no. I don't think you do have to disinfect your mask. I'm going to go and try and find the convoy down this way. Bilbo, thanks again for the super chat, and Little Boy before that, thank you. That's cool, isn't it? The view distance being higher, you can see the radar building at Tissy from here. I tell you what, we would be lucky if we got a DMR or a FAL. We've got the DMR mag. I thought I had a FAL mag as well. That might have been the last life. But yeah, a DMR at this convoy would be amazing. Clay Johnson, cheers for subbing. Thanks for subbing on YouTube. Appreciate it, dude. Futuro, the view distance is set by yourself, not the server. The server can have an impact. It can make it... You can change your own view distance in your config folder and make it more. I'm making the view distance that far. The server doesn't set a max, Futuro. The server sets a minimum. No, I don't think any server... Certainly none I play in set a max. There's no reason to set a max. What's the harm in seeing further? You don't see players. I don't know of a single server that would be interested in setting a max. What's the point? A minimum makes sense, so you can't have people like... People could potentially set their view distance at 800 meters to max their performance and gain a massive advantage over everyone else, but what's the reason to hinder someone from seeing further away? It doesn't do anything. Oh! There's a pair of boots on the ground there, which means that the convoy was here. Pair of boots and a bag. Don't think there's a DMR though, but that is convoy loot. Sometimes there's some kind of car on this side as well, but it doesn't look like we're getting anything. That sucks. It kind of got my hopes up briefly, but nope. Isn't maximising performance a good thing? So Jimmy, maximising performance is a good thing, but there comes a point when you're bordering on exploitation or an exploit, right? So say you put your maximum view distance to 500 meters, but you stay in a city. Nobody that's playing the regular game is going to do that because you can't see over the next hill. But if you're PvPing just in Electro, you could in theory do it, right? I'm not fucking around checking trees in case there's a stash, dude. I can't be bothered. So having a minimum distance keeps it fair for everyone, right? Connor, it's only 1 kilometre to see players. Players don't render in beyond about 1 kilometre. Sometimes they can be rendering for about like 1,050 metres-ish, but not much more than that. Nunya Belson, well thanks for coming in. I needed a little bit of time to watch Ted Lasso. You do often get players here. I bumped into squads here quite a bit lately. We heard quite a lot of big sounding shots from Cinestock the other day. This is Cinestock, and I had a fight at near a helicopter over that way. We had a big fight at Novaya Petrovka. Looks like I'm not getting the hunting scope. Maybe I'll have to go to a military base, try and find one of the modded ones. The loot does disappear from the convoy Sparta, but it's there for a short time, so it's not like it's there for 8 hours or anything. But if the convoys only last about half an hour, I feel like the loot might last an hour. That's a rough guess, but I feel like the loot might last an hour, but the convoy's gone after half an hour. Going back to football for a minute, because I know everybody loves it when I talk about football/soccer. I want to know how Klopp is going to incorporate... Shit. Where was that? I feel like it was in one of these two. In that one, look. Don't understand what's happening. Nade him with my smoke grenade, that'll help. That was 2 different places. They're either baiting or they're shooting at each other. They could have just traded for all I know. Why aren't the Zeds aggroing more than they are? I think it's in the left-hand one. Look at the zombies. They're more around there. There's one in there, and there's one in maybe the tan house. Hey, Wilson, dude. I don't know what to... I'm going to get myself in the crossfire here. It could be 2 people in the same group baiting. It could be, but I don't think it is. Could be that greenhouse. It's the greenhouse or the tan house, I think. There's no way to flank if they're in houses. There's no way. I don't know where they are, but it's not easy to flank when I can't be sure where any of them are. There's nowhere really to flank to either. There is the tiniest chance that they just hit each other and died. Or hit each other and one's dead, or they're both gone uncon and now they're not peeking. But there's zombies around. Fucking no, I really don't know. And trying not to put myself in between those two houses because I'll just get sniped. Both of the shots were indoors. If they did trade, wouldn't the zombies lose aggro real quick? Yeah, and the zombies were around the house, but they weren't really aggroed to the house. After a little while of trying to work it out, I get to the point where I just want to know. Throw a grenade in there. I haven't got any grenades, dude. What, that little shed?
Not the best masturbating that I've seen, LUL.
This could be bait. It really could be bait. That door being open is interesting. I can't get enough height to see in, I don't think. Oh, bollocks. Good job he wasn't there, I'd be dead. I think they've traded. I think he's traded with the other one. Where the fuck did the lockpick go? Substatica, the second shots, the last shots we heard were like 1-2 back to back. That almost implies he's in there. I wonder if he was in the opposite one. Got an armband, which is a worry. He must have been headshotted. Yeah, he's been hit in the head. This dude's got a shitload of AK-74 mags and no AK-74. On the bag. No, that's an AK-101. AK-101. I checked already.
TRMZ love, 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 TRMZ.
Fucking hell, what was that? What the fuck was that? I hope Robot Lady's okay. She sounds like she's having some challenges, you know. I think she might be having a stroke or something based on the sound of that. Fuck me. I genuinely think this one and the other one, wherever he is, have traded. Which is crazy.
Poor Robot Lady.
Yeah, I hope she's alright. Doesn't sound good, does she? See, I think it's either the green one. You've not got a mag.
It's okay, everyone.
But where his gun
You're
is.
all right. TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
If we could, by the way, sorry for being a moany old fucker, but that's who I am, right? But if we could try not to spam quite so many emotes, it would be good, because it is kind of a little bit tricky. It's a bit frustrating, sorry, I know it's moany. I said it, but unfortunately she can't read fucking emotes. She just can't read them. It's Robot Lady's biggest weakness, along with not being able to say that without sounding like she's ill. Can't wait for the YouTube comments now. The ungrateful bastard. The ungrateful bastard. Hello, future YouTube viewer, if you're there. Hope you're good. I had a really interesting one yesterday on the most recent edited video, which is really great. And it was 3 white dots. Do not recommend this channel. That's all it was. And I clicked their name and they'd written 5 previous, so in total 6 negative comments on my YouTube channel. The last one was about 10 months ago, but it literally just turns up once every 10 months to have a real moan or to be a bit snidey and then fucks off again. He must be having a happy old life. I think they're in houses opposite each other.
Your concern that I might have suffered a stroke is touching. Sadly, I have no limbs, so a quick stroke is out of the question. But that doesn't stop me having a real perv on the eye candy as and when the opportunity arises.
How did I know that was you, Head T-Ball? I can't for the life of me work it out. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very, very, very much. Hope you're well. Right, I've got matches, haven't I? I think I had matches. I don't know what I've done with them. How many? That's the only one I've got. Okay, that'll do. Marinus, yeah, it's quite exciting. We'll see how it goes. Take that off because it will stay there then a bit longer. In the AK-101 with the kits, yeah, I could do. I'm not overly enamoured with dropping that. I'm going to keep the UMP and drop the shotty. Fuck me. I'll take a few shots. What's the mag with? There's 10 round mag. That's a VSS AS Val mag. Jesus Christ, 22 takes a long time to ruin anything, doesn't it? Shit. Server restarts in 1 minute. I'm not going to find the other guy. Oh no! I'm fucking around with the bag trying to ruin it. What's the purpose? I just wanted to get the bag ruined and then put some of the guns in it so they despawned. Oh, well, I guess that's my karma for trying to stop the loot respawn. It didn't seem like 5 minutes ago since the last restart. I can't believe it was 4 hours. That's so fucking crazy. That's annoying. Yeah, the gun on the floor will probably still be there. Oh, you didn't see that, guys. Definitely didn't see it. Don't worry. Nobody saw it. It's all fine. I think the other one traded. I think they both died. That's why the zombies didn't aggro, because they were both dead. I'm annoyed because half of me thinks that the other one might have been wearing a black armband and they did it on purpose. You know, that might seem stupid, but I doubt they did. I'm sure it was a legit firefight, but you just never know. I've seen some really weird shit over the years where people know they're on the stream and so they do some stupid shit. You put the stuff on the dead guy. You can't put guns onto a dead guy, Vinny. You used to be able to put guns back onto players' shoulders, but you can't anymore. Knuckle, thank you for the 18 months. Griffin, thank you for the super chat. Do you watch American football? I really do. I enjoy the Buffalo Bulls. I'm going to watch the Super Bowl. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing my sarcastic get the names wrong on purpose with a super chat, but I'll carry on anyway. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Super Bowl. I'm a bit disappointed that the Detroit Tigers got knocked. But the where are we going here? That one. Do that. I firmly believe that the KC Swifts are going to get dunked by the San Diego 69ers. I think San Diego are the winners this time. He was definitely in here then. Yep, there we have it. This guy had a Tundra. Or at least we get a better scope out of it. Maybe he'll have a secondary in his bag. I would love to see what was in that. I bet he had a fucking black armband on. I bet he had a fucking black armband on, the conniving bastard. Ooh. I like it, these. They weren't friends. They can't have been. They can't have been buddies. Look, he's got the AK-101 shit. Must have been sour by the amount of batteries, maybe. Slightly tricky here because we've got the FAMAS as well. Yeah, well, the other guy might... This guy might have had more AK-1... He might have had an AK-101 on his back. We just don't know, do we? But I feel less likely to think that they were together and more likely to think they were enemies. Yeah, enemies. Let's be fair, it's much more likely that they were against each other than they were mates dicking around. Who the fuck's going to want to kill themselves up here? It's stupid, isn't it? But like I was just saying, I've seen some really dumb shit over the years just because I'm streaming and they know that they're on camera, but I really don't think that's the case here. I think that was just people that died. Why not take the gas over? Probably will, dude. I'm just prioritising mags and bullets and stuff first. If I'm looting, I nearly always try to worry about the guns first, because the guns are what's going to save my life. Like, this is not quite so important, is it, you know? I don't really need the 74. Why would they drop backpacks? It's very common for snipers to do that. It's kind of weird that they both had their snipers dropped outside of the house, the room they were in, but I've done it a few times in the last few days. I often don't do it, and I should, but if you drop the bag with some loot in it, you get it with a lot more stamina, so you can hold your breath. TRX, thank you. Cheers for the support. Ozzy, thank you very much for the 13 months. Knuckled HD, thank you very much for the support as well. Stash some goodies for the inevitable death. I can't. It's too late, dude. I've been on nearly 6 hours. When I die, hopefully it's not very soon, but when I die, I'm done. So I don't really want to stash anything. Major, cheers for carrying on your gifted sub, dude. Right, it almost feels like a must-do thing now. How many times have I hit that? It must be about 8. Hit it loads. So it's a little bit mean-spirited, but I want shuttered it. I don't want to keep it. I think I've got any more. Yeah, I haven't got any more ACP. We can get rid of these though. Repair my face mask. I quite like it being a bit scraggly. I'll do it especially for you, okay? Shoot the bag with UMP. Captain Pyro, I was doing it with the amphibia in the end. Just to see how many hits more it would take, you know. More than any other reason, that's why I was doing it. It would be cool if the FAMAS took the 60 rounder. Holy shit, that would be cool. A non-lethal grenade that produces minimal shrapnel and is capable of knocking survivors unconscious. Very good. Any more for any more? Nearly done. 50 there. What else? 20 there. 16 of those fuckers there. Alright, I think that's enough. That's fucking insane. Honestly, I can see people talking about it and thinking it's rigged and it's right. Having the backpack not on your character is incredibly common. We'd already heard a shot. It may be that the guy in here, he's not locked his door. He may well have seen the guy in the other house and come around here for a shot. We heard a shot and then another shot later. I think it's far more likely that was a legit trade. Do you know how hard it would be to intentionally headshot trade at that range and get it right? Like, think about when you take a headshot. You have to hold your breath. You have to aim for the head. You have to hit it. Do you know how hard it would be, even in Discord, to say, right, 3, 2, 1, go, and then you both hit the shot? It's actually harder than you think. It really isn't that easy, Zach. Those shots were so close together. It's much more likely that they just leaned and they shot at the same time and traded.
Love ya, dude.
It's far more likely than anything else, because it would be so easy to fuck that up. The amount of times I've been playing with really good players and you're like, there's 2 players and they're in front and they're kind of crouched and they're not moving. You go, oh, I'll take the left, you take the right. And then you go 3, 2, 1 and the shots are like fucking 2 seconds apart. Because just as you get to 0 or 1 or whatever it might be, your breath runs out or your sway on your scope is such that you have to aim a tiny bit longer or whatever. It's way harder than you might think to instantly kill each other at that range. Wow, they definitely traded. Yeah, there was a gun on the ground, so they definitely traded. There was a player there. Oh, fucking around, so I didn't see. Still fucking around now. There was a zombie by the well. I don't know if there was a player. You may be right. Fuck. The gun was on semi-auto. I nearly died. So lucky I didn't. I guess he came in here. This guy got a black armband. Nope. I am lucky he missed his shot. I wasn't ready at all. I was on single fire. The guy in the first house that I looted, Big Scoo, had a black armband on. I was just wondering if you might have been buddies with that guy or not. Yellow armband. But he's taken off. Gonna make a few of those because we can stick them on the tundra. Hey Peach, crowd control as well. I can see you talking to each other. Hope you're good. Where's the other ones? I think the footsteps are a zombie. Could be wrong, but I think they are. Who am I rooting for in the Super Bowl? The 69ers. I think I'm rooting for the 69ers because the Swifts have been in it all the time. I know this final is a repeat of Super Bowl 54. But I've watched probably the last 5, 6, 7 Super Bowls. I've watched a lot of them lately. And I'm fed up of seeing the KC Swifts. I want to watch somebody else. It's about time they stop being in it. So I think I'm probably going to go for the 69ers. With one caveat. If the KC Swifts win and Taylor Swift gets on to the field holding the trophy, then I want to see that, just because I can't wait to hear everybody moaning about it. I can't wait till... I want American football fans to have their Salt Bay moment. They need to have one too.
Who are you rooting for in the Super Bowl?
Just to confirm, for those that don't know, Argentina won the World Cup, and Salt Bay, who sells overpriced gold leaf fucking steaks at like $2,000 a time or something, managed to get himself on the pitch holding the World Cup, which is not meant to be a thing. You're only meant to hold the World Cup if you've actually won it, especially on the day that it's been handed out to another team. But nonetheless, he was on the pitch looking like a right knob, like kissing the World Cup and everything with all the Argentina players. Like he's like, how big of an ego has Salt Bay got to have? Fuck me dead. And now it's pretty obvious he's got a big ego, but... Griffin, thank you again for the support though, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Bigfoot Yeti, I think 1980s called. They want their put down back. Why shit talk other people? Paper, if you're talking about Salt Bay, that's not shit talking. It's the truth. Being a chef does not mean you should be on the pitch at the end of the arguably the biggest sporting event in the world, holding the trophy aloft like you won it, you know? Like, imagine, I don't know, like, I'm a streamer, okay, but I stream DayZ, and then I go to the CSGO esports event, and then I watch fucking Cloud9 win the big trophy of the year, and I run and hold the trophy up like I won it, you know? It'd make me a right douche, you know? Of course it would. Like, he didn't win anything, he's not a footballer, he's a chef. To be fair, yeah, he's an accomplished butcher, I believe, but whether he's a chef or not is another matter, but he sells expensive steaks. I think he's more of a chef than he is a football player anyway. I don't think the canteen would go on there, but I don't need the canteen. The bottle won't go on the bag. And I'm not sure that knife will do. That's a good shout. All right, so we've got an SKS. Don't need that. He should have used the SKS there, I think. Having an SKS with 20-odd bullets and still using the shotgun, I think that's a mistake. But to each their own. If he'd used the SKS in that scenario, I'd be dead, I think. He shouldn't have been on the pitch, no. I agree. I think that'll be stopped next time, but... That was so lucky. So 3 players all around Sinnerstock. The other reason it was lucky is because he's got no vest, which meant I didn't need to hit him much before he died. Anything else that's worth nicking? I don't think so. Nervosium, that's the sub count on Twitch. Lucky Ladder, thank you. Oh, you... Ow. I'm sure the devs only introduced runners to make me look bad. See? Not punting the canteen. I don't want the canteen. I just drank the contents. I don't need the canteen. I've got a cooking pot full of water.
Love the new changing server music.
Thank you. I thought she was the runner. I just killed the runner. I'm going to need a mag, I think. I think it's pretty obvious I'm going to need a mag, isn't it? It's the bright lights. It was a staggeringly good shot. No time for any aim labs today. Doesn't show though. Absolutely solid as a rock, just like always. My sight was dead on that fucker, but at that range it's not very accurate. My sight was dead on that fucker. My sight was on the edge of that fucker, but at that range... Fuck me dead. Rashford has scored. I tell you what, Ten Hag knows exactly what he's doing. He's motivated the player, dropped him at the weekend, brought him back on to prove himself. I knew Ten Hag could do it. He's a fucking genius, Ten Hag. I'd quite like him at Liverpool, if I'm honest. Tesla bot body? I don't know what a Tesla bot body is, but I think I'd better not, dude. Sorry. Yeah, it was lag. Meaty Pie, thank you for the support. Cheers for the 13 months. Nomi, thank you very much as well. Griffin, thanks for the support. Cheers for the super chat. Gunny Lapine. Gunny Lapine. Sounds like a character in some kind of western, doesn't it? Gunny Lapine. I'm quite looking forward to the Super Bowl, actually. It should be good. Robot Lady only reads resub messages and donation alerts and stuff. Nervous. I can't have Robot Lady just reading the chat out. Like, during the course of a stream, sometimes there are thousands of chat messages. Thousands and thousands. There's no way Robot Lady could read those out. I wouldn't get a word in myself. The super chats read out and Twitch donations or Twitch bits at 300 bits or $3 and above. If Robot Lady read everything out, then on the upside, I would literally have to do nothing except for that amazing zombie shooting you just saw. I mean, whew. She is knocking on heaven's door. Or, as Axl Rose would say, this is going to work. That was terrible, but he has got got kind of a particular way of saying it. I think I'm going to go to the airfield. I thought I saw movement behind there, but I think it was a bit of dirt on my monitor. Why the change of heart on Super Chats? I've been talking about it a little bit in the last few weeks, saying I'll probably add them. And somebody brought it up again yesterday, and I was just like, well, I probably ought to. Like, on Twitch, I've got PayPal donations, subs, and bits. On YouTube, I have PayPal donations and members. So I was like, well, I just decided to add it. Why not? It kind of makes both platforms about the same that way, you see. I have seen him singing, or heard him singing for AC/DC. It's really hard, that. I quite like Axl Rose. I don't think his voice is as good now as it was when he was younger. Sometimes people's voices gets kind of better with age, but I'm not sure his has. But him replacing old matey from AC/DC doesn't work for me. His voice is so distinctive, and songs like Thunderstruck need his voice. Could also have crypto wallets in this day and age, Jambon. I don't even know how to activate it. I need to not say this when John's around. But I don't understand crypto. I might as well be taking donations in fucking buttons or something. Yeah, bottle caps. It's nothing but funny money, man. Gunny, thank you for the prime. Take it easy, muscle-bound dude. Have a great rest of the stream. Time to hit the road and head home. Have a good one, dude. Stay safe. Safe trip. When will I play Pal World? When I've slammed my cock in the door and it's fallen off. The car door. Do I accept fine art donations? Yeah. Like Constable or Gainsborough or Picasso or Monet. Show me the money. What are the paint? I accept Damien Hirst, Ken Howard. I know him. My missus likes Ken Howard. That's why I know of Ken Howard. He's not quite in the same league as some of the other ones I've just been mentioning, but Ken Howard. There's a dude called, I think it's Lannister, not Lannister, something like that. That's famous for dog and horse paintings. I have some of his as well. Would I like you to bring you something back from the Louvre? Yes, some orange paint, please, dude. Leave some of it on the Mona Lisa. It's not Jamie Lannister. He's not from the House of Lannister. It's something L, and he paints horses and dogs. Fine art, tax avoidance at its best. Fine art is a bit of a risk. The thing with art, more than anything else, is that it can be rigged, can't it? So that's where it's tax avoidance. There's only one. There's only one of any painting. There's only one, right? So you can kind of decide what it's worth. Like, it's very subjective, the price of an art. So, price of a painting. It could sell one year for 50 grand, the next year for 500 grand, and the next year for 20 grand. So I guess you're right. Thoughts on Arsenal versus Liverpool? 3-1 to Liverpool. Picasso? Anyone in my chat live in France? Are we going to get stuck in any of these farm protests? Dude, let's face it. This is not a slight on the French, by the way. I quite admire it. But if you're going to France at any time, ever, there's a good chance you're going to get held up by someone that's blocking the roads over protest over something, because they don't take no shit. Edwin Landseer. Well done, Jacksu. I think it's Edwin Landseer. If something's fucking the French off, they sort it out and they make them take it back. They don't do it. They're like, je ne comprends pas. Fuck off. That's about how it goes. Sorry guys, if you didn't understand that, that was French. But they ain't taking no shit in France. If things ain't going right and they're getting turned over and they feel like things ain't fair, they won't have it. They've got previous, ain't they?
Thanks for countless hours of good-hearted gameplay.
Substatica, thank you for the support, dude. Very, very kind. Cheers for the super chatting, dude. Thank you. How World wouldn't have sold 4 million copies and have 1 million active players if it was bad. I'm not saying it's bad, Fuzzy. It's just not meant for me, is all. There's loads of games that are really good that aren't for me, you know, like pretty much every game except for DayZ, really, you know, but... I think let's just go to the airfield. I was going to go to Novaya Petrovka, but can he be fooked? When you're done with that soda, does the can end up on the ground? It doesn't. No, there's no littering. It just like biodegrades in a heartbeat into nothingness. Drinking a can in DayZ, and then it disappears. Is about the same as what will happen to my body 50 years after I'm dead. Well, about 5 minutes after. Hopefully in about 100 years' time, obviously. I do plan on being the oldest living human before I pass on. Still streaming, 146. Well, remember that time I got 3 kills in Berezino? It could happen. It could happen. I'm practically like that now. Did you see that zombie shooting just before? Our 100,000 hour DayZ veteran triple carries a DMR. I like that. I will not be watching if... I'll probably get like a deeper voice, won't it? I think normally you get a bit gravelier. I'd like to think I'm going to sound like Johnny Cash when I'm older. Like Johnny Cash when he was older, I guess. King Bongo, well thanks for coming in, appreciate it, dude. And you were born just 1 year too early to have the best year. No, I'm 38, but if I wasn't 38, I'd like to have been born in 1977. Unter Frank, thank you very much for the support. Wish I had more time to watch Best from Germany. Dude, thanks for coming in. Uxka, I just need some ideas and some time. Wildcat, shut up. Do that again. Scott, dude, thank you very much for the tip. Yeah, definitely can't stream every day, but it would be great for my bank balance if I could stream every day. Johnny Cash the goat. I agree. I think it was more that way, that shot. But thanks a lot, Scott Birchall, for the super chatting, dude. Thank you. Any fun plans for your 50th, dude? It's so far away. For my 30th, I went to Vegas. When I'm 40, I plan to go to New York, even though I already did once. So when I'm 50, I'll have to go somewhere fantastic. I've got to go for those shots, haven't I? Have I only got one EpiPen? It really takes a while for the super chats to make it to the Streamlabs alert. It's coming, Scott, but it's not there yet. Avoid New York, it's nothing like it was. New York is fine, dude. There's so much drama, but as a tourist arriving, I'm sure there are some ups and downs like everywhere, but New York will be a great place to visit still. The Empire State Building, still the Empire State Building. Times Square, still Times Square. If you're a tourist coming from somewhere like the UK, you're going to enjoy it.
Streamed every day. Good vibes every stream, my guy.
Why do people want to hate on every big city? Because of the news and other factors. I'd love to do some of the national parks, Frank. Yeah, I would like to. I would really like to do the I think it's Sequoia, the one with General Sherman. That's one I'd really like to do. Yeah, I don't want to drift into politics, so I'm trying my best not to, personally. Where's the fucking shots, dude? And there it was, Scott. Thanks for the support, man. Lanka one, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I'll always stream on Twitch and YouTube. If I'm ever on one, it's much more likely to be Twitch, unless something dramatic changes. But I don't intend to only stream on one, by the way. I'm enjoying doing both. I don't want to stop, but I've been a full-time streamer because of Twitch. You know, it's what allowed me to go full-time, and that was in May 2016. So unless I suddenly started getting 20,000 views on YouTube and no views on Twitch, I don't see why I would ever stop doing both. Have I ever streamed on Mixer when that was a thing, Mike? No, it wasn't really a thing for me. Like, I've always been a Twitch streamer, like I was just saying, and only recently have Twitch allowed us to stream on other platforms. So until the last couple of days of October last year, it wasn't allowed for partnered or affiliate streamers to stream on other platforms. So it's only a very recent thing that I can stream on Twitch and YouTube. Started streaming when I was 30. Nervous. Funnily enough, I was just coming up to 38 when I started streaming. It's nice they allowed multi-streaming, they knew people were and scummed them. I don't think that's true, Max. I don't think there was many proper Twitch partners, as in people that were signed up with Twitch as partners. There weren't many that were multi-streaming. Most people that multi-streamed had to give up their partnership. They weren't allowed to be one. So you were allowed to stream on both, but you had to give up your partnership. There weren't many getting away with it. There's 200 million people on Twitch, so it's very similar. Jack, the interesting thing with Twitch is that it's very different per day. One thing that's kind of cool with YouTube is that my peak viewers on most days are about the same. So there are days where Twitch and YouTube are very level pegging, but on Sundays and Mondays, for example, Twitch is normally massively higher than YouTube, like 1,000, 1,500 more kind of thing. You know? I don't know what those shots are at, but I think we might take an EpiPen and go and try and get towards them. And like, my views on YouTube today are actually on Twitch are a little bit lower than normal, but Thursdays is my lowest viewing day. I stream 5 days Sunday to Thursday, and today is my lowest viewing day. It's also been a slow stream, you know. If I get in a firefight and get some action, the views normally tickle up quite a lot as a rule, but Syncarax, I'm getting more people watching for sure, yeah. A few people have switched from one to the other, but I'm getting more people on... if you add both together, I'm getting substantially more. That's where I've nearly said the shots are probably at the Wombollock and the civilian barracks, and that's where they are. That's a DMR, I think. I need to get a little bit nearer. About that barn-shaped house, I've just seen movement. $400. I don't much want to shoot at a running target. Go on. He looked like he was going more to the right. I'm glad you've spotted him. I can't fucking see him. Should be easy to see him, but I've not seen him. Oh, there he is. $500-ish to there. Here's 500. I think that's the same guy. Looks like he's coming back. He's probably moved because he'd hit somebody. I'm in a really dangerous place with other players coming left to right here. is he doing? There could be a dead body in or outside the front of that log cabin. There absolutely could. Or he's just eating. Not many people shoot. He was shooting around there. Not many people shoot a DMR loud and then go back to the same house where they just shot to eat. You know, even I'm not that tactically unaware. And I'm standing still on a train track. I wish I could get down there in time. I don't know if he's in it or out in front of it, but I'd love to be able to get down there in time. I don't think I can. He's still around that log cabin. I think he backed off to the barn to check for other players. And now he's in there looting whoever he's killed. Or she's in there looting whoever he's killed. She's in there looting whoever she's killed. Let's try and get that right, really, shouldn't I? If I push down here and it's a DMR and I'm in the open, I'm fucked. But I'm doing it anyway. She's in there looting whoever he's killed. Exactly that, yeah. This is incredibly risky and kind of stupid, but I don't really like the spot I'm in's good there, but I'm just so worried I'm in the open for another player that I'd rather take the risk. But if I start getting attacked by a DMR from here, I am dead. I've got no stamina. Ah! Why is my gun not fucking shooting? I just fucking did it. Oh my god, there was two. Oh, it sucks. Well played to them. That's exactly what I was worried about, I'm afraid to say. But I think the shot that clicked might have hit, but I pressed R after I didn't fire the first time, and he didn't fucking do anything. Ugh, oh well. I only ever saw one, and there turned out to be two, but that sucks. I am done for the day, yeah. GG to them. I'm not doing raids at the moment, Redline. I'm finding it really tricky with the YouTube stuff. It's not really easy. I don't think he shot my gun because it let me chamber in another round. But yeah, GG to them. That was fair play. There was two of them, and a DMR is not to be sniffed at. But I just I took a really risky play to go down, but I didn't fancy it from the top of the hill. The top of the hill was way safer, but if I could get myself in position before they came out, I'd have been really well off there, but I couldn't. I didn't quite get to cover, and I didn't have enough stamina. But anyway. Me and my friend just got killed by them. Oh, well. Yeah, GG to Muller if it was Muller. Muller is streaming on YouTube right now. Muller Yogurts, go and check him out if you want. I'm not doing raids at the moment because I'm doing multiple streams and I can't send YouTube to it, and it just confuses people. Also, at the end of the YouTube stream, the people that are watching the YouTube stream don't really understand what it means because YouTube guys just don't get it. So it just causes confusion. I'm trying to work it out. There are ways I can maybe do it. But anyway, Muller's on Twitch. Go and check him out. You know where he is. He's got a DMR as well by the look of it. So definitely go and check him out. 02 Higher, thank you for the 3 months. Sajad, thank you for the Prime. I'll be back again Sunday after the kids are gone. So kind of sucks that I died there. I did take a big risk going down there, but I would have liked to get a couple more fucking shots off before I died. But there we are. Anyway, I will be back on Sunday. Busy Flat, what the F you're leaving? Yeah, I've been on 6.5 hours, dude. I think that'll do. 6 to 8 hours is my average kind of stream. That's it from me, guys. Thanks a lot for coming in. Really appreciate it. Go and check out Muller. I'll be back again on Sunday. Have a good one, guys. Love you. Bye.